books was in. The books are in. Yep. They in. They here.
Log in to KofiPaisaTV.com and get Spears of the Mossy Volume 1 by Kofi Paisa Research Team, from Spears the Pen Volume 2 by Kofi Paisa Research Team, Spiritual Combat Volume 3 by Kofi Paisa Research Team, One Night Before Bed by Any Harek Shawn Calfunny, Kalawa's Trip to the Motherland by Kofi Paisa, From Cocaine to Consciousness by Any Harek Shawn Calfunny, As I Learn, We All Learn by Kofi Paisa. Also, if you want fresh merch, go to our online store, Family Connect Apparel, and get all the brands. Also, get our 54 deck of quiz and educational cards available now on KofiPaisaTV.com.
ETM Hotel, Rennie Shawn. Welcome in peace. My name is Shawn. I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in this evening with Science with Shawn. I see you, Brother Chavis, and down in the chat. Peace to you all. For those of you that are coming in, please like the show, share the show. Tell a friend, tell a friend. I am not sharing this particular show on Facebook. So for those of you who may catch the stream later, appreciate you tuning in. Feel free to share. What up, Rock City? I see you, Sister Juju, in the building. I want to get straight to it, man. Let's get into some work. See what we got going on. I'm about to share my screen, and then we'll try to catch people up as they come in. So, of course, as of the 25th of February, a few days ago, you had new COVID-19 variants found in New York and California. And as the country races to vaccinate Americans as possible against COVID-19, both the New York and California are reporting new virus variants that might be more contagious than the original strand. And, they always say that because they want to be safe. So the New York variant may create vaccine issues. That's what it says. The California variant, possibly as well. All right. They identified them as B1.526 variant and B1.427 variant. Okay. What we know about them so far is basically unique set of spike mutations may also pose antigenic challenges for current interventions, such as vaccines, monoclonal antibody therapies. Now, remember, the monoclonal antibody therapies is some people are going against that based on the available data, but hey, the vaccines, but we all know about mRNA vaccines. One thing we know for sure is that the mRNA vaccines can tweak at any expense, and if necessary, if booster shots are required, those who have been vaccinated can receive booster shots. All right, so Moderna and Pfizer explore variant protection. So both announced the day before this article was published. They are testing their mRNA vaccines against the current variants, and in Moderna's case, it has shipped a new vaccine targeting the B1315 to South Africa, and their variant to the U.S. National Institute of Health. Okay, so that's good news. Pfizer and BioNTech say they are testing if a third dose of the COVID-19 vaccine will trigger an enhanced immune response against new variants. All right. They're also in talks with regulatory authorities about testing a new vaccine modified to target the B1351 variant. So those are things that you you need to know immediately in regard to that. Now, notice all of the uh, detailed information will be in the description if anyone wants to grab a hold of this data and go on from there. As far as the worldview, 115 million vaccination coronavirus cases, 2 million deaths, 2.5 million deaths, 91 million recovery rate. Excuse me. Active cases is 21 million, closed is 93 million. You can see the daily chart by the thousands and the daily deaths. Right now, there was a pseudo on Facebook, and I'm calling him a pseudo because that is what he is. He goes by an African name, but he's never big enough to actually have a conversation with anyone who's actually trying to educate people. He, in returns, tries to post stuff and then runs. He's a post and run type of a guy. And that's pretty much what he does, right? So give me a second. Just want to make sure that okay. All right. So yeah, he's a post and run type of a guy. So he was trying to put up some links, but his sources was absolutely horrible. So his information didn't survive in the scholarship group. It was terrible. Sorry. Anyway, he was trying to insinuate all these different things about all this, stuff that he's psychologically has in his head as a solution to a problem. And one of the things that he actually posted was trying to say that the slowing down of the actual coronavirus transmissions in the population was not due to COVID-19 vaccine. Now, we have been wearing masks for almost over a year, some of us, at this point before they start, where they start mandating masks. And man, okay, all right, cool, okay, I get it. So they, a lot of things helped. Social distancing, going back and washing hands. There's a lot of pieces to that puzzle, and I don't understand how we are subjected to saying such a thing. So anyway, I tried to get a hold of the pseudo, but he ain't gonna come, of course. He's gonna post and run. But I wanted to start off. Let me start off. Yeah, let me start off here. Let's deal with Vince real quick, and let's see what Vince is kicking. Since we're talking about variants, and he did this yesterday, so I hope everybody should be abreast of Vince, and hopefully brother Unc actually ends up getting brother Vincent Racanelli on the pseudo killers to do like a little interview. So let's see what brother Vince got to say.
Do you know what a virus variant is? Do you know what an isolate or a strain is? If you don't, you'd like to find out, keep on watching. I'm Vincent Racanello, and I've been a virologist for nearly 40 years. And today I want to explain to you the terms virus isolate, variant, strain, and a couple more. As you're well aware, this is March 1st, 2021. Pandemic has been on for about a year now, caused by SARS-CoV-2. Many people are thinking about viruses, and so they're using terms that they may not be familiar with, like isolate, variant, and strain. So I thought I would tell you what I think those terms mean. Now, the problem is, as shown in this first slide, there's no universally accepted definition for these terms, strain, variant, and isolate, in the virology community. So how can we expect that everyone else gets them right? What happens is you're trained in someone's laboratory and you hear them say things and you associate a meaning with them, and that's what you do. And they may or may not be right. By the way, this little nugget of wisdom comes from this paper where Jens Kuhn is the first author. It was published in Archives of Virology in 2013. And I will make a few other quotations from that article as well. Now, despite this looseness of definitions, for example, there's no one place where you could go and find the definition for variant, for example, or isolate or strain. I looked in several textbooks. In fact, not even my textbook, Principles of Virology, co-authored with 4 other virologists. Not even there will you find a definition of these terms. I think we need to put it in the next edition, though. Let's go through and try and define them and put them in some kind of context with the current outbreak. Let's start with isolate. What is an isolate? An isolate is a virus that we have isolated from an infected host, and we have propagated that in culture. Now, isolating encapsulates the meaning. It means that you take a sample from someone who you think might have a virus infection, you put that sample in cells and culture, which is how we grow viruses, and you grow a virus, and now you have an isolate. Let me illustrate that for you here. So we do a nasopharyngeal swab for, we suspect someone might have COVID-19. You take the swab, you put it in a tube, which has a little fluid in the bottom. It's brought to a laboratory. And in the laboratory, you take a little of that fluid and you add it to cells that are growing in a culture dish. That is how we isolate viruses. And if that person had a virus in him or her, it would grow up in culture, and then you could take the medium from these cells and store them in little tubes, which is what we do in the laboratory. So that's what we mean by isolate. We have actually isolated the virus. Now, most of the time, we take this nasopharyngeal swab in a solution and we just do the genome sequence. And we don't actually have a physical isolate virus. And that's very important because an isolate means you have the virus in a tube in a freezer somewhere, not just the genome sequence. The genome sequence is representative of the isolate, but it is not an isolate. So we have hundreds of thousands of genome sequences from SARS-CoV-2, but not that many virus isolates. People get the sequence, they work with the sequence, they don't necessarily work with the virus. A genome sequence represents an isolate, but it is not an isolate. And as I said, there are hundreds of thousands of full genome sequences of SARS-CoV-2, but most are not isolates. The virus was not isolated in cell culture. Now, we give isolates names to keep track of them. I have hundreds of thousands of genome sequences representing isolates or isolates. We want to know a few things about them, like where they came from. So here's some examples. This is a phylogenetic tree of about 4,000 or so genome sequences of SARS-CoV-2 isolates from various people from 2020 through the current time. And you can find this at nextstrain.org. Great resource, by the way. Go over there and just poke around. You can learn a lot by doing that. This phylogenetic tree, what we've done here is to take all the genome sequences and compare them and say which ones are most closely related. And so you can make a phylogenetic tree of those. And you can click on any of these dots. The dots are individual genome sequences, which may or may not have an isolate associated with them. And so here, for example, one of these first isolates back in 2019 is called Wuhan/HU1 2019, Wuhan human-1, and it tells you the date of isolation, December 26, 2019. And the clade number, we'll get to that a bit later. That's not actually the correct way to name these. This shown on the right here is actually how you would name a SARS-CoV-2 isolate. SARS-CoV-2, by the way, is the virus. And then we give the isolates different names so we can keep track of them. Beta coronavirus, it's the genus in which SARS-CoV-2 is located. Wuhan is where it was isolated from the patient, typically an isolate number. Here it's WIV4, which means Wuhan Institute of Virology number 4, and then the year of isolation. You can get a lot of information just from looking at that, right? That's really important. Then down here is another way that we name isolates of influenza viruses. Every virus has their own way of being named in isolates. This was influenza A virus A. There are 3 types, A, B, and C. A/duck. So the second term means what kind of host it came from. The third is the geographical location. The fourth is an isolate number. The fifth is the year, 1968. And then the subtype in terms of the hemagglutinin and neuraminidase, H6N1 in this case. That's great. I love the influenza virus nomenclature. They do a great job telling you an awful lot about the virus. All right, so every virus isolate is named in this way. What about variants? What is a variant now? We've got isolate down. Let's look at a variant. A variant is a virus whose genome sequence differs from that of some reference virus. So in the case of SARS-CoV-2, the very first isolate that we had from Wuhan in 2019, everything else that we isolate from then, I'm using isolate in the colloquial sense because we mostly have genome sequences, right? Everything derived from that original would be potentially a variant. So that's what we mean by the genome sequence differs from that of a reference virus. Really important point about variants. No inference is made about whether the change in the genome sequence that you see causes any change in the phenotype of the virus. The phenotype is how the virus behaves. For example, I shouldn't say behave, that's anthropomorphizing, but the properties. For example, the physical stability of the virus, which kind of hosts it can infect, what kind of disease it causes. Those are all phenotypes of the virus. There are many, many different phenotypes, which of course are controlled in part by genotype. So when you say variant, you make no inference about what these changes are doing for the virus. You're just saying, here is a virus that differs in genome sequence from my original isolate. So let's take a look at this now on the context of this nextstrain.org classification. So again, we have our Wuhan number 1 way back in 2019, which I showed you before. Now I clicked on one of these blue dots downstream of it in the phylogenetic tree. And you can see here, it's got an isolate name, Bulgaria 15 2020. That's great. We know it came from Bulgaria. It's given an isolate number 15 in 2020. And in fact, May 13th specifically. And you can see it has these genome changes compared to the Wuhan virus. It has 3 nucleotide mutations from a G to a T at 16,917 base number in the 30,000 base genome. And then amino acid changes, 2 of them, as you can see here. This is not correct to call them amino acid mutations. A mutation is a change in nucleotide sequence. That is very much established. So whoever decided to make this site is wrong about that. I'm sorry. So you can click on any of these dots and see the changes with respect to the ancestral virus. Now, an interesting question is every of these isolates a variant? Because if it has a different genome sequence, it may differ by 1 or 10 or even more nucleotide mutations. Are they variants? I think the answer is yes. The problem is that genome sequencing at this scale is pretty new. And, in the old days meaning before the time we were able to sequence isolates by the hundreds of thousands, variants were more rare because we didn't do much genome sequencing. And so when we found one, we said, yeah, it's a variant. Now almost every one of these isolates on this next strain map is likely a variant. Not everyone is different. I could go over some of these dots and you'd see that some of them are identical, but every one of these is different, or nearly everyone. So most of them are variants. I'm comfortable with saying that every different SARS-CoV-2 isolate, we're inferring nothing about what those changes do, what those mutations do. Some of them may do nothing, and some of them may have some phenotypic effect on the virus, but I think this should all be called variants. I'm sure you've heard of the term variants of concern, and this arose earlier this year when a new variant was detected in the United Kingdom, and that's described in this technical briefing here, which you can go look up, the title of which is Detection of an Epidemiological Cluster Associated with a New Variant of Concern. So I took this part out for you to see because you can see that they're actually using the nomenclature correctly. And they say nomenclature of variants in the UK. SARS-CoV-2 variants, if considered to have concerning epidemiological, immunological, or pathogenic properties, are raised for formal investigation. At this point, they are designated variant under investigation. That first sentence is really important. These variants, if they have different properties, concerning properties in this case, we investigate them, but we're still calling them variants. If they don't have, if we don't think they have any different properties, we're still going to call them variants. We just won't investigate them. Then they could be designated variant of concern because there's some risk assessment done which says that we're a little worried about these, and that's where that term came from. Now, so they understand that a variant is a virus with a change, as I've told you. And I really appreciate what the UK did, UK scientists did in this case, because they called them variants. And many other people were throwing about the term strain, which, as you'll see in a moment, is not correct to describe these. So they're variants, and that makes it necessary for the press to call them variants because they're variants of concerns. They're not strains of concerns. They're variants of concerns. Okay. Now, what is a strain? A virus strain is a variant that has unique and stable phenotypic characteristics. So you know what phenotype is? It's some property that results from may result from a genetic change, right? And we're saying here that a variant strain is a variant with unique and stable phenotypic characteristics. Unique meaning we've never seen these before. And so the UK scientists call their SARS-CoV-2 viruses isolates variants. They don't call them strains. So when do you call them a strain? Well, that is the key. Not everyone should be able to call it a strain. A journalist describing this should not call it a strain because he or she is not an authority. And you look down here, I put on this slide another quote from that paper I showed earlier, where Jens Kuhn is the first author. The designation of a virus variant as a virus strain would be the responsibility of international expert groups. What does that mean? There are groups charged with virus nomenclature. In fact, the International Committee for the Taxonomy of Viruses, of which Jens Kuhn is a member, decides these issues, what to call viruses. And they would look at all the data at why you think this variant has unique and stable phenotypic characteristics. And then you might call it a strain. But until then, you shouldn't. Why not? It's confusing. If some people call it a strain and others call it a variant, you shouldn't. You should use common nomenclature. And so you see the hierarchy here: isolate, variant, and strain. It's very clear. You do some experiments in the laboratory, in experimental animals, you make observations in people, you put all these together and you say, we have something unique here. We think this merits the appellation strain. As far as I'm concerned, so far, there's one strain of SARS-CoV-2. That could change. For example, last year, a virus with a single amino acid change in the spike, D614G, arose in February, and now pretty much every isolate has that change. So it propagated throughout the world. Clearly has some fitness advantage that allowed it to propagate globally. And when that's figured out, it could get the designation strain. It would be distinct from the original isolate, which is the D at 614, not the G. But it's not been done yet. You shouldn't call it a strain because Jens Kuhn and his colleagues have not said that D614G is part of a strain. Now, you may be asking, what else would make a strain? Well, there are the virus I work with, poliovirus. There are 3 serotypes, which you could call 3 strains because they have unique phenotypic characteristics. They react very differently with antibodies. And by the way, types 2 and 3 have been declared eradicated. So only type 1 is circulating now. So there are these 3 serotypes, and I'll explain serotype in a moment. Then there are mouse-adapted polioviruses. So people have taken type 1 and type 2 and type 3 strains and passaged them in mice, and then they acquire the ability to cause disease in mice. And those are strains because they have unique characteristic, unique being able to reproduce in mice because the human viruses, polioviruses, do not, and they're stable. They don't go away. So there are multiple strains of poliovirus by that criteria, and that's what you would need in order to say that a virus variant is a strain, in fact. Now, I mentioned this word serotype. What does that mean? So viruses of the same species, for example, poliovirus, that are antigenically distinct. And I gave an example before, the 3 serotypes of poliovirus. The vaccines that we use to prevent poliomyelitis, there are 2 different kinds of vaccines. There's the Salk vaccine and the Sabin vaccine. They're made very differently. Each of those at one point had 3 serotypes in it. It was a trivalent vaccine because all 3 serotypes were circulating. If you were infected with one, you were protected against it. You never got infected with, say, type 1 again, but you could be infected with types 2 and 3. So they were antigenically distinct, and the antibodies induced by one would not block infection with the other or block disease caused by the other. So that's what a serotype is. It is viruses of the same species that are antigenically distinct. We have 3 serotypes of poliovirus. Now, historically, serotype has been defined by what we call neutralization assays, and I'm showing that to you here on this slide. These are cell culture dishes that have been stained, and these are plaques. These clearings on each one is a plaque, and this is a plaque assay where we can measure virus infectivity. And I have a video which I'll link to above where you can see how a plaque assay works. But basically each clearing or plaque is caused by an infectious virus particle. Now on the bottom, what we've done is we take, I don't know how many plaques are here, 20 plaque forming units. And you can see each of these plates has the same number of plaques because we have mixed these viruses with a saline as a control. On the top, though, we have mixed the viruses with different dilutions of serum taken from an animal that had been infected with poliovirus, say, or from a human that had been immunized with poliovirus vaccine. And here, the dilution of 1 to 10, that's the dilution of serum. So it's fairly concentrated. You can see there are no more plaques. You mix the serum with the virus, you incubate it for a short time, then you do the plaque assay. You see there's no infectivity, there are no plaques left. 1 to 100, there are no plaques left. However, at 1 to 1,000 dilution, now you're diluting out the antibodies. You now get 2 plaques. And then at 1 to 10,000, no more neutralizing activity. That's a neutralization assay. And by the way, you would say this serum has a titer of 1 to 100, the last dilution that gave you a blocking of infectivity. So if you do this with type 1 poliovirus, let's say you use type 1 poliovirus as the virus in this experiment, and you have serum from an animal that had been immunized with type 2 poliovirus, you would see no neutralization. It's a different serotype. By looking at the genome sequence, you're actually looking at the genotype. And that's what I want to explain here. It's another term for describing viruses. Genotype, a description of the genetic makeup of the virus. Essentially, you do the genome sequence and see if the viruses fall into different genotypes. Now, we do this for some viruses and not others. For example, hepatitis C virus are classified into 6 genotypes. So if you do a genome sequence you can immediately say this is genotype 1 or 3 or 6, whatever it may be, just by looking at the genome sequence. There's a certain percent identity associated with being a genotype. And the hepatitis C viruses are further classified into subtypes like 1A and 1B. So that's genotype, the genetic makeup. And you can look at the genotype now and predict for many viruses the serotype. There's another term you will see called clade. And if you look closely at the nextstrain.org pictures that I've shown you, you see clade on it. And a clade is a group of viruses composed of an ancestor and its descendants. Okay, an ancestor and its descendants. And you can see on this image, I have 4 different phylogenetic trees created from viral genome sequences, say. And in green, that's a clade. All these points or tips of the branches are descended from one ancestor. There's another clade here in blue on the right. They're all, that one is descended from an ancestor. But clades don't extend across branches of the tree. So on the left, lower left, that's not a clade. And on the lower right, that is not a clade. So that's defining clade as an ancestor with its descendants. So let's take a look at that in the next strain phylogeny. So here's, again, about 4,000 sequences. There are many, many, many thousands of more, but the computer program can't handle it. It gets very inefficient and breaks. And you can see on the upper left, it says phylogeny clade. You have a whole bunch of clades here, and they're colored differently. 19AB, 20AB, 20CD. And you can see they correspond to the colors on this phylogenetic tree. And so on the actual website, you can say, click on the 19A color, and it will illustrate all the members of the 19A clade. And again, it consists of the descendants of a common ancestor. So here we have in the very dark blue, that's the first clade, 19A, descended from the original Wuhan isolate. And since then, because the virus has been reproducing in so many people, it's diversifying. You have many different clades being established, and you can see them on these colors here. They make perfect sense in terms of the definition. That is the ancestor and all its descendants. And that's what a clade is. And in many other viruses, the term clade is used. Sometimes it's not used for viruses. It really depends. It's a relatively new term, which is empowered by genome sequencing. Before that, we had no way to make such a finely tuned phylogenetic tree because we didn't have genome sequences. That's isolate, variant, and strain. I think those are the right definitions. They make sense. I hope you understand it. If you have questions, put them down below. And let me leave you with the thought or the question, what about the SARS-CoV-2 variants? Should I worry about them? And you may hear every day in the press about a new variant that's been detected and that it's going to be the end of the world. I think you should be careful about that. And that's why I'm leaving you with this question, are they variants or scariants? This is now a term that is propagating through the scientific community because the media, of course, likes to scare you. That's how they get your attention. But not all these variants are scary. And in a subsequent video, I will give you my thoughts on whether all these variants are scary or not. And the bottom line is not all of them. The real issue is whether the changes in these variants avoid the immunity produced by infection or vaccination. And as I sit here today on March 1st, so far, it looks like most of the vaccines that we have are taking care of the variants. And that may change, of course, but I will talk about that in a subsequent video. I'm Vincent Racaniello, and I'm Earth's virology professor. Thanks for watching.
And he is that, the Earth's virology expert. So let's get into dealing with some information that Vince had brought up. And then I got another one for y'all. It's the variant show. The variant show. I know bro G still alive. They arguing over Jesus, man. I can only do Jesus for a couple of days. But investigation of novel SARS-CoV-2 variant of concern. This was published in December, right? Detection of epidemiological cluster associated with a new variant of concern. He brings up the analysis of routinely available genomic data in Kent, England, was undertaken as part of an epidemiological investigation to investigate increasing incident on December 8th of 2020, although only 4% of 6,000 people of Kent cases had available genomes through COG-UK sequencing. A large phylogenetic cluster of 117 genomically similar cases over the week between 10 to the 18th of November 2020 was identified. All right, so it continues to talk about the 962 genomes at the time of analysis on the 8th, and dealing with the cluster phylogenetically very distinct from the rest of the UK database. So they recognized it, right? And then they get into the nomenclature of variants in the UK. And they begin to say, the designated variant sequencing, and they'll give you the utilization of the date of recognition, right? And you have them there. And it goes on and deals with current epidemiological findings. As the month grows, the spread continues to happen. And the news was also reporting the variants are in London, southeast and east of England regions, right? Remember the UK variant; those are the first places where it populated. And then it goes on to get into the actual texture of the conversation, which would be some large, confusing scientific words if you're unfamiliar with, like the S gene target negatives among the PCR. Everybody should know what this is, PCR. You hear it a lot when you're trying to do testing, right? You heard Cedric Ortega, Doc, you heard him talking about PCR last night on the pseudo killers. Right, so they're testing to see what's going on with what. And then as the data continues, you get into all the other aspects of it. Now, what's interesting is the new variant is defined by 23 mutations, 13 non-synonymous mutations, 4 deletions, and 6 synonymous mutations. The non-synonymous mutations include a series of spike protein mutations that's listed in Table 1. Other notable mutations include a stop codon in the ORF8. These are 6 synonymous mutations and 5 in the ORF1AB. And then it gets into the data of all of that. And 1 in the M gene. So, we really got to slow it down and be like, what the heck is the ORF, right? But we're just kind of going through the actual data, and I don't want to slow it all the way down to where we're just dealing with this. But here's your mutation name. B117. Y'all remember seeing it, right? B117. It's UK variant. But the mutation in N501Y is one of 6 key contact residues within the receptor binding domain, and has been identified as increasing binding affinity to human ACE2. You hear ACE2 a lot when you're dealing with SARS-CoV-2. You're talking about the ACE2 receptors. You're talking about like the attachments to the protein. I mean, to the actual, I say protein. Y'all get what I'm saying. I might be botching it a little bit, but the actual virus. So you got this virus, and then you have these spike proteins that attach to it, and then you have the, let's pull it up. So I don't confuse nobody. Sheesh. My mind everywhere. So, as I was saying, this is probably the best No, it's not really the best, but this would be a good cartoonish type of a thing. See? This is the virus, and this is the ACE2 that links and attaches. It like just connects. Next thing you know, you're infected, and you either know you are, or you know you ain't. But that's a good example, and we've shown that. See, in numerous cases of how that spike just sits in the ACE2, and then it's on and popping from there. Or maybe that visualization that actually help. It's blue right here. All right, so some additional data right here. This is similar to a Danish club. Okay, this is when they were in Danish. A recent case of report of immune-compromised individual persistently infected with SARS-CoV-2 acquired approximately 10 mutations in the spike protein over 154 days, notably including the N50Y. Further discussion can be found here. So, immune compromised. Okay. Here's the article for that. All right, let me source up for the chat. What's good, everybody? How y'all doing? Let me give you the data. Some of y'all who might get into that. All right, so let's stop there because the article stops there and sends us to a different way. So now we're dealing with preliminary genomic characterization of the emergence of SARS-CoV-2 lineage in the UK defined by a novel set of spike mutations. So basically a summary, recently a distinct phylogenetic cluster was detected in the COG UK surveillance data set. This cluster has been growing rapidly over the past 4 weeks and since been observed in UK locations, which we named, indicating further spread. So it's dealing with your B117 lineage and the N501Y mutation. And it just gives us some more significance. And it's showing how transmission is more, it's quicker with that variant. And then it tells us how these spikes are listed. Hold on 1 second, y'all. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play this.
Unfortunately for us, we're all living through one of the worst pandemics to have occurred in generations. COVID-19 has had devastating consequences, both in terms of mortality, with more than 500,000 people having died of it in the US, and from the devastating economic consequences that have occurred resulting from lockdowns implemented in an attempt to slow down the spread of a disease for which there was no immunity and no cure. The hope for getting us out of this mess was in vaccines. One of the most remarkable stories of this pandemic has been the rapidity by which the vaccines were developed, tested, and made available to the population at large. Nothing like this has ever happened in the history of medicine. In the US, vaccines are now available and highly effective in preventing the clinical manifestations of COVID-19 disease. There are several different types of vaccines based on differing immunizing strategies. These vaccines have differing characteristics and efficacy. In today's JAMA Clinical Reviews, we talk about COVID-19 vaccines, how they work, and review their effectiveness.
From the JAMA Network, this is JAMA Clinical Reviews, interviews and ideas about innovations in medicine, science, and clinical practice. Here's your host, Ed Livingston.
One of the more problematic aspects of the pandemic has been that many people who've had no particular expertise in infectious disease or vaccine development have felt free to publicly comment as experts, providing advice that may or may not be correct. At the beginning of the pandemic, it became apparent that unprecedented amounts of information was available via the internet, but it was difficult to sort out which of that information was reliable and what to believe. One way to know that information has a shot of being credible is to ensure that it comes from someone who actually has expertise in the topic. For that reason, I'd like our guest to introduce himself and tell us what he does professionally in terms of vaccine research.
I'm Dr. Buddy Creech. I am a pediatric infectious diseases physician, and I'm the director of the Vanderbilt Vaccine Research Program. In that role, I'm one of the main investigators for a number of COVID-related vaccine studies, including the Moderna phase 3 study and the Johnson & Johnson phase 3 vaccine study.
So you have a great deal of expertise in vaccine and vaccine research. As you've indicated, you've been a participant in some of the major trials of the new vaccines. Could you tell us what the main types of vaccines are that are being used for COVID-19?
We've approached this in three primary ways. The first is a traditional protein-based vaccine, which is how we make a lot of the current vaccines that are out there. The second is, instead of giving you the protein directly, we give you simply the recipe for that protein, and we allow your muscle cells to do all of the work. And we can do that in a couple of ways. We could do that as a viral vectored vaccine. These are sort of the turduckens of the vaccine world, where we take the genetic recipe and put it inside of a different virus. And we'll talk a little bit about what that might mean. And then the third one are these mRNA vaccines, where we take that same genetic recipe, protect it, and deliver it to your deltoid muscle. The real question with these three buckets is, where is the protein being made? Is it being made in a factory, or is it being made in your arm?
Let's take these one at a time. And the big story of the COVID-19 pandemic has been the widespread implementation of this new technology, mRNA vaccines. So could you tell us about how those work?
Absolutely. The mRNA vaccines from both Pfizer and Moderna have really been decades in the making. And two things had to come together in order for these vaccines to be successful. The first is that we had to really understand what the most important target of coronavirus was. And we now know that it's this spike protein that sits on the outside, gives it the appearance of a crown, and is the most important protein as it docks with human cells. But the second piece is that we had to understand exactly how to package the mRNA that corresponds to that spike protein in such a way that we could safely and effectively deliver it into the deltoid muscle cell, so that that RNA could then be translated into protein that your immune system can then recognize.
So is that why your arm hurts when you get this vaccine? Because it's working in the muscle where it's been injected?
These vaccines really do pack a punch, don't they?
Yeah, I had mine and my arm hurt quite a bit.
Yeah, 85% of individuals in the phase 3 trials had some degree of arm discomfort afterwards. We expect that after some vaccines. We expect there to be some local pain, sometimes some swelling and redness. And some of that is because we are doing two things in that muscle cell. We're asking the muscle cell to become the protein factory for this spike protein. But the more important thing is that we are triggering some really rudimentary immune responses, these innate immune responses there at the local muscle cell, and then those lymph nodes, and then the tissues surrounding where we give the injection. That's where all of the immunologic magic is happening as we begin to mount an immune response to this very important spike protein.
That's really interesting. I didn't know that. What about the viral vector vaccines? How do those work?
Well, I jokingly called it the turducken of the vaccine world, because it really is a virus inside of another virus. And the most easy way to do that, and the most studied one, again, a couple of decades in the making, is to take adenovirus, common cold virus, and rig the adenovirus so that it can no longer replicate in the human body. It's been modified in such a way that it simply can't grow. Then inside of that adenovirus, we simply load in the genetic sequence of the protein that we really want to be made, again, in that deltoid muscle cell. So the way to think about it would be, we're protecting the recipe. We're either putting it in a lipid nanoparticle, which is basically just a bubble of fat for the mRNA vaccines, or we're wrapping it up in another virus. The goal is still the same, for that encapsulated piece to bind to the outside of a muscle cell, be internalized, and then deliver that payload, that recipe, to the ribosomes of the cell. When that happens, we then see a tremendous immune response happen to the protein that's being naturally made. And I would just say that one of the big advantages of this approach for both of these is that it allows us to make a protein that is optimally folded and optimally made so that the types of targets our immune system would normally see with these proteins are maintained.
One of the things that we are concerned about is vaccine hesitancy, and people are afraid of them. And so when they hear viral vector, I'd imagine some people think, you're injecting a virus into me. Can I get sick from that? Do we know that the viruses that the vaccines are based on can't get away from us and cause disease by themselves?
We do, as a matter of fact. And again, we know this because we've had 20 years of experience. Our HIV vaccine colleagues have been studying adenovirus vectored vaccines for HIV for many years. We studied a malaria vaccine, 15 years ago now, using this same type of adenovirus vector. And it's important for us as providers to understand the biology of that, to know that this isn't just a weakened form of it. It's weakened to the point where it's genetically incapable of replicating. It's not merely that we've recovered a particular weaker virus. We've done this intentionally to the virus. So with that being the biology background, we still have to acknowledge that just like with the mRNA vaccines, these viral vectored vaccines can really pack a punch as well. They can cause not only those local symptoms of arm pain and achiness and even some swelling at the site, but also those feelings of chills and achiness and muscle aches that are common after a number of vaccines. So we're really going to have to do a very good job of educating our patients to give them that anticipatory guidance that their arm may hurt, they may feel like they have the flu, and that's going to be very short-lived, because these viruses that envelop this mRNA or this genetic sequence for the spike protein, they can't cause disease, either COVID or adenovirus in this case.
The third type of vaccine that you mentioned was protein subunit vaccines. Can you explain?
That drama is acting funny.
To bind to we've done this in viruses that envelop this mRNA or this genetic sequence for the spike protein, they can't cause disease, either COVID or adenovirus in this case.
The third type of vaccine that you mentioned was protein subunit vaccines. Can you explain that technology for us?
Protein subunit vaccines they've been the backbone of vaccinology for many years. And even though we may not talk to our patients in the language of protein subunit, these are the ones that we're very used to talking about with them. Things like influenza vaccine, where we recover a protein subunit from the virus, or maybe a recombinant hepatitis B vaccine, where we make a protein of interest as a subunit of the vaccine itself. What we're going to see with COVID vaccines that are protein subunit are two things. Number one, we're going to be able to still enjoy the knowledge that the spike protein is the most important. So the target of these vaccines is not going to be different at all. What's different is where that vaccine is made, and how we deliver it to the body is really important. So where is it made? Well, a protein subunit vaccine is made in a laboratory. It's made in a manufacturing facility, just like all of the other vaccines that have come before it. What's different is that when we make a vaccine in a factory like that, we have to do some things to make sure that it's pure. We have to make sure it's folded correctly. There are a variety of ways that we do that. But sometimes we have to add to that vaccine some type of immune stimulant, either aluminum or other adjuvants that we add to vaccines to stimulate the immune response in the right way. That's where some of the differences are going to come in for these protein subunit vaccines.
All right. So I got God Killer on the panel with me. we just heard about the 3 different vaccines that are testing and underway. The last one being pretty much old technology. We talked about new variants, New York and California. We heard of Brother Vince Racanelli lead us down the path with some nice little terminology in that 25-minute video. We got 2 sources out of that. We got the variant of concern technical briefing from December, when the UK came out with its data regarding testing and everything. We really didn't get through that because it's 13 pages, but we kind of, got into that. So we have an understanding of what we were looking for. And then the preliminary genomic characterization of an emergent SARS-CoV-2 lineage. I didn't read the conclusion to that study, but the conclusion to that study says we reported a rapidly growing lineage in the UK associated with an unexpectedly large number of genetic changes, including in the receptor binding domain and associated with the furon cleavage site. Given the experimentally predicted and plausible phenotypic consequences of some of these mutations, their unknown effects when present in combination, and the high growth rate of B117 in the UK, this novel lineage requires urgent laboratory characterization and enhanced genomic surveillance worldwide. So we need, it's basically telling us to be aware, be alert. But from what we know, a brother from the UK actually contracted the variant flying back to Alabama. He had caught it, and the brother transitioned. His wife did a whole conversation with Anderson Cooper on CNN in an interview, and she talked about how he was infected. So, I know you moving and grooving right now, man. We just basically was dealing with variants, and then we got into the JAMA the first 10 minutes to talk about the different type of vaccines. If you talking, you're on mute. Oh, might be on the phone. So we'll wait till come back live and see what's going on with that. What's going on in the chat though? Your mic unmuted, Ah, man. He in La La world right now, y'all. We still can't hear you, Nope. If you're trying to talk, we can't hear you at all. All right, well, messing with his mic. Or his earpiece. I resent the link. What's up? What's the who? We thugging in the chat. What's good? I am collecting my own data. Oh, Mika, you are not collecting any data. John and Boca, Thurman. Yeah, man. I think Mika just, hey, you just keep on prolonging the you just keep passing up your opportunity. Brother Ben posts stuff about it all the time. He done had his second vaccine. Corey's second vaccine. CK's second vaccine. The people around you are so-called you communicate with, well, you know, not really with CK, but the people around you have gotten a vaccine and you ain't got it. So you're not doing a really good job at trying to, you know, gather your sources and your data. Hold on, y'all. Man, that's what I'm saying. Can I get the first vaccine? She got an opportunity to get the first vaccine. She ain't even taking it, yo. And we got people just trying to get it. Like my grandma has to reschedule her vaccine because when it snowed, she had an appointment. So when it snowed, she was unable to go get it because of the snow and the ice. So what I'm trying to do is get her to schedule it on the day I'm off so I can take her so they can just give me the vaccine too. That's the way I'm going to play it. That's how I'm going to try to skip the line. Straight like that. Because I ain't even in line. We talking about May or June if I wait. Doc Smith says he got the Pfizer vaccine. Yeah, that's what Nunu got. Pfizer vaccine. I think Shesman, what you got? The Moderna? I know. You get proof when they give you the vaccine card, fool. Yeah, we gotta wait. I'm slick essential, but I ain't, because I ain't going into the office no more. If I was going into the office, I would be essential because when the pandemic hit and they sent everybody home, I had a letter. Yo, there you go, you didn't fell off. But I'm gonna be okay. I just gotta do something. All right. All right, you back in?
Shit. Yeah, iPhone is a mom, yo. That shit got disappeared in the atmosphere somewhere. See, I was on it. Shit. Shit got lost in space. What's going on? What's going on?
Man, not much. We talking about just talking about the vaccine now, talking about the safety and all that. And Chesmo said his wife got her first vaccine yesterday. I think Chesmo on his second shot or something. Oh, he got the Pfizer, and his wife got the Moderna.
Yeah, all that thing working and standing around eating zinc with all the people telling us. Huh?
Nika said y'all gonna have to get it next year. Nika talking about we're gonna have to get it next year.
Get what next year?
The shot again.
What, the shot?
Yeah, listen.
Man, sometimes
Go ahead.
Huh?
I was saying, go ahead.
Act like people don't get flu shots every year. Yeah, she act like we don't get flu shots every year. Like, stop it. Let's stop the shenanigans. Normal Americans get the flu shot once a year who understand vaccines. So that's not abnormal. Okay? So I'm just trying to figure out, like, why is that a problem getting it every year? Like, what that mean? You can get coronavirus every year, can't you? Shit, we ain't going to come out this year. Now, we gonna give humans a break this year. We ain't gonna come out. Come on, man. People got people thinking it's staying in your system forever, like it's one of them. Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, they gotta stop that. Yeah, they gotta stop that.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna hook back up on my computer. Let me get off on this one. All right.
Nah, see, Mika, you assuming it's not like taking a flu shot. It's not like taking a flu shot. You really just do not know, because when the data comes out and it's showing efficacy over a year and they continue to keep counting, and then, they're coming up with more data as we get into 2021, we're going to find out just how long these antibodies last. So in order for you to sit here and say you're going to have to get a shot next year, you're under the assumption that is true, and that has not been proven. What you heard. How about what you know? You don't know. So we doing he say, she say with science, right? He say, she say with science. When we can actually pull the data and see if that's the case. See, science is self-correcting. So why are we making up stuff? How about we let the data talk? Because you love being wrong. I say it like that. Straight like that. Yeah, man. Don't listen to Mika, man. She'll listen. She'll have y'all sicker than the mug. Man, Mika had y'all listen. Quarantining for 14 days. Next thing you know, no taste, no smell. You got COVID lungs. Man, do not listen. Do not listen to Mika, y'all. Whatever you do, don't listen. Man, do not listen to her. If y'all want to live, don't listen to Mika. She gonna kill you. Well, then quit speaking out loud then. Don't speak out loud, yo. Straight up. Michigan getting their butt whoop. Nah, they down 13. So real quick, man, let's see. I'll say he's switching over, yo. There you go. There you go, right there. So, Mika, can you tell us why you're not getting the vaccine? Do you mind clearly expressing yourself, expressing to us why you haven't gotten the vaccine? College basketball is trash this year. So I'll get vaccinated. Exactly. What you mean? Set up. Sue, the link right there. Coward. Now don't no. Personal choice. Okay, so because it's a personal, what's it based on? Personal choice. That's a cop out. What up, Charlie?
Peace. Yeah, man. Peace to the chat, everybody that's tuned in. Just wanted to give real quick firsthand account You know what I mean? In real time, we need all of the, info we can on everybody that's getting it and what they feeling, what's going on with them, just to verify like a lot of what you putting on here, Sean, Science with Sean, all of the information about adverse effects and all of that. Just to bear witness to that, you know what I'm saying? And so my girl, she's in the mental health field, getting her master's in social work. And she's in her advanced internship right now as we speak. You know what I'm saying, at a library, knocking out this last little portion so that she can walk across the stage in August. So what she experienced the first time around, the first shot was not as intense as the booster shot that she just got on Friday. So the first time around, about 2 weeks ago, she gets her first dose, and arm is going to be sore. That's natural. Anytime something enters the skin, penetrates the skin, something like that, you're going to get some muscle soreness. We all understand that, right? She had a little drowsiness, a little feeling like this and that, like, maybe she wanted to lay down for a couple of hours, a little tired. You know what I mean? Now, the second time, this past Friday, she felt a little bit more the effects coming into Friday night and into Saturday morning. She was a little bit more drowsy. Arm was sore. Excuse me. Had a slight little fever. But we all understand, if you understand science, that just because you have a fever, that doesn't mean that you're infected or sick per se. That's dealing with the immune system. Shawn has covered all of that. We don't need to go over that again. That's just reiterating for those that say, see, she's sick. No, she's not sick. And FYI, she has gotten the Moderna mRNA vaccine. Okay. So she's got the best one out right now. And like I said in the chat, I was being funny, but I was actually being serious. Like, she was back to quote unquote normal, not feeling those symptoms by Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon. So Saturday, she didn't go to her internship. She wasn't, you know what I mean, up feeling to go out like that. That's cool. But come Sunday morning, you see what I'm saying? She kind of rested up all Saturday. She did her work from home. She was cool. Like, she wasn't, just bedridden, but she just was, a little drowsy or whatnot. But come Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon, she's good. So from Friday night into Sunday morning, early Sunday morning, was the extent of the drowsiness and feeling the effects and all of that, which, by the way, are very minor compared to the effects of being infected with the virus. It's something that we can't play around with. It's not even able to weigh on the scales, in my opinion. Like COVID versus the adverse effects of getting the mRNA vaccine. I can't speak to Pfizer. I don't speak to any of the other ones, although I would recommend and I would get any one of those over nothing if I couldn't get the mRNA. Because no protection is just, that's stupid. So that's what she felt. That's what she was going through. And like I said, by Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, she was back talking slick, cracking jokes, and back looking like herself, like, in terms of in the face, you can tell when somebody's not feeling good, stuff like that. But she's perfectly fine now. Went to work yesterday, went to work today, went to internship both days. She's got about an hour and a half, maybe at the most, of internship left, and then she'll be home. So just wanted to share that with the family so that they can know what's going on.
So you telling me that, man, that she didn't got the shot and you couldn't get it?
Yeah.
Dang, man, that's selfish.
Because she cares for, the the people with bipolar and schizophrenia and things like that. So, you know, like it's very strict. Like at the house that she works at, you know, of course I can't go there and go into the house, you know, and I wouldn't be able to like even show like when I would have to drop stuff off at her job every now and again, like I'd have to wait in the parking lot. Like I really can't go inside the facility. Like it's strict. But yeah, I wasn't like I have to wait. But I tell you this, a weight has been lifted off my shoulders knowing that somebody in this household has gotten a vaccine. And I say this all the time. I see you, Shesmu. Yeah, I hope it does. I'm gonna ask her tonight, as a matter of fact, if they have something like that, being that she does, you know what I mean? Like that would be smart to do. But I do feel great about her having it because as an asthmatic, a respiratory disease is a big concern. So it's a big concern for everybody, right? But definitely as an asthmatic, I'm super duper 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 concerned. So by her having it, I feel great. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and answer the rest of the chat, man. I'm talking to you.
Let me say, SC is doing that with the missed appointments. Oh, the leftovers. Okay. I see you, Shesmu. Did she only suffer from drowsiness, any flu-like symptoms? Okay, yeah. So she had a little body aches, things like that, like you know, with the fever, like body feeling like something's going on, and you know, but it's not nothing like she wasn't like, oh my God, I can't move and things like that. Like it's definitely not nothing that's gonna be as severe as being infected with a virus that your body has never come in contact with. And even just a common cold or getting the flu, a strain of the flu, like your body aches and fever and headaches and things like that is going to be like ridiculous because you're infected. So it doesn't pass. Her symptoms were not even a full 48 hours because by Saturday night, evening, she was back like slight way, excuse me, picking arguments. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, somebody feeling good when they back able to, you know, clap back in the conversation, like what, or whatever the case, like, you know what I mean? So yeah, man. Chesmu say, yeah, my wife be bugging, so it's definitely a blessing. Bro, I'm telling you, like, and that's what I was looking for. Like when she can go back to being herself, then I'm like, okay, all right, man. Cause you know what I mean? Like we get on here and we talk and you know, not to bleed into other things and conversations that was going on earlier, but people think that people have no clue what we do. Like Shawn and his family, I'm not gonna put his business out there, but this man is seriously educated when it comes to this science thing. Like I talk to him damn near every day in the back chat, on the phone, like we randomly call and just like just to have a brother on the team that is as serious about science as I am personally, man. You know what I'm saying? Like every day, this man is talking something dealing with science, whether he talking about the vaccine, the virus, or what. Like he's very methodological oriented, if that's the right usage of that term. He's very centered around your method. How in the world did you reach your conclusion for your argument for what you're saying out your mouth? Even if you have a source that backs what you're saying, how did the people that wrote that article, that wrote that book, come to the conclusion to put those words on that paper, right? When we in school and we going for our masters and then we go for our PhDs and we're giving our dissertations, no matter how correct you are in your dissertation, that panel is going to slice and dice everything nice about your argument, period. Because every argument has You have to be able to hold up to scrutiny, and that's what science is about. And being that I've studied the particular disease that I was born with, yo, I had to learn more about it because I couldn't understand why in the hell I could be a whole personal trainer. I can build and play African drums, lug these joints around, play a whole concert, 3.5 hours, break the set down, pack the drums up, take them back to the person's house, put them back in their house, then drive home and be perfectly fine, not even need my asthma pump not one time. Turn around and wake up the next morning because the pollen count and the air quality is low and the pollen count is all jacked up. Now I need my asthma pump all day long. So I had to understand what this thing was. And so we have to be scientifically literate, meaning method, meaning what how are these people coming to these conclusions about why this is safe versus just letting our immune system just, let it run rampant. There's a reason why it's even a whole conversation. The fact that it's a conversation lets you know that there's something to it. The whole world can't be just perplexed and missing the whole thing about vaccinations, because if it was just as easy as eating elderberries and kale and broccoli and Caesar salad, you know how many societies really are basically vegetarian right now still, and they still getting got? We have to understand that we don't have an alternative. Not just for COVID, but to combat viruses. What else can you deal with on a micro scale? I'll go ahead, bro.
Nah, you good. Go in, man. Shit, I've been talking all day.
Yeah, but these days the boards for thesis and doctoral is mad weaker from back in the day, depending on the school too, I guess. That's to your crafts. I mean, I hear you. Maybe your personal experience, what you've seen, like certain things are, maybe. But just the fact, like, first of all, most people are not even making it to the point of being able to come before the panel, right? Because they're not even employing proper methodology throughout school. She said, thanks for the info. Yeah, definitely. I mean, we all in this boat together. Like, it ain't like we sitting outside of the situation. You know what I mean? And we just giving y'all information. No, I'm just as risk as you are. And when you get it, or if you decide to take it, if somebody in your family take it, I will hope that you would share that data and those, what they went through, because it is helpful. We need that. Ain't none of us Superman. Like, I don't care how healthy and strong you are. Like, it's a couple of things that the human body, that life itself, viruses attack other viruses. Let's put it that way. Let's start there. So if they attack each other, meaning that it's almost like the streets nowadays, not to go too off on a tangent, but it is like, ain't no rules in the streets. Ain't no loyalty. Ain't no, oh, I'm gonna respect this chief. Ain't none of that. Whoever want to go upside your head, that's what they're going to try to do that day if you happen to come across them, unfortunately. And that's the way viruses work. They have no rules. And I do agree with you, Shesmu. Like, you do need to map, like, for what my particular fields of study, like with West African drums, with the Malian Empire, djembe orchestra and all that, you can't go into a university and get a degree for that. So when people be trying to come at us in the quote unquote conscious community about what credentials do you have, when a PhD in someone with their PhD in music has a hard time dealing with what I deal with, it's all about method. Once again, if you're trained with a specific method, right? If all you did was play power forward all your life on a basketball court, and somebody asked you to all of a sudden switch to point guard, yeah, you might be able to, do your thing, but versus someone who's went to basketball practice every day playing point guard, You know what I'm saying? The quality of that work is gonna be different. You're gonna perform, and you probably might be able to win the game and all that, but you're not gonna perform as well as someone who deals with that particular position, whether they're on a basketball team or not. If someone practices something, you know what I'm saying, and they're able to develop a level of proficiency in it, all of this is outside the medical field, mind you, because I don't trust nobody that's not going to be scientifically literate and dealing with, if you're not in school, if you're not an MD, or if you're not, trying to become a nurse or anything like that, I ain't trying to hear your alternative facts, alternative medicine when it comes to this stuff. We can't play around with that. Thurman, there is a such thing as outgrowing asthma. Yes, it is. And that's what they told me all my life that I would do, that I would outgrow asthma. And I'm up here in Chicago, the Midwest, Windy City, Chirac, whatever you want to call it. The climate here in the Midwest is unforgiving. So, like, in one day, we get 4 seasons. You see what I'm saying? And the air quality index, pollen count, all of that plays a factor, humidity. So when I moved to the West Coast for a couple years and lived out there, the dry heat, I had no problem. You see what I'm saying? Coming from the Midwest, because my lungs and trachea and bronchioles were conditioned to this environment. When I go to dry heat, there is nothing clogging my airways and passages. It's just hot. I can deal with the heat. I wish I did outgrow this thing. I was in the gym trying to outgrow that mug, and it just wouldn't leave. Hey, Shawn, you gonna let what's the name in?
Yeah, give me a second. I'm trying to do something real quick.
Okay.
I'm not. I'm like by the computer, but I ain't in front of it.
Do you want me to wait, or you want me to do it?
If it lets you.
Oh yeah. Peace, brother.
Peace, family. What's going on? Black African Power. Can you hear me?
All day long. How you feeling, man?
Oh man, feeling wonderful. Listen to your testimony. Definitely something that the people need to hear for sure. Yeah, I could give my account if you want.
Where shares me?
All right, so let me see. February was it 1st? Let me look at the calendar right quick. Hold on one sec. So I'm in the field of IT, but I work for the Department of Mental Health. So they offered it to us, and a lot of my coworkers, they was like, nah, we'll wait. I'm like, I raised my hand like, yo, Pfizer or Moderna. I was looking for the Moderna, but they was like, we got the Pfizer, but hey, 95% is supposedly a little bit better than 94 point whatever percent. But I was looking at the Moderna because I just, for some reason, with the information I was getting, that they did a few more trials on diversity and things like that. But both of them are on point. So it was February the 1st was my second shot. And so 21 days prior to that, I think it was January, let's see, about the 16th or something like that, 15th. First, but see, back in 2020 of January 6th, I fell down with something. I think it was the coronavirus because I felt like it was just the flu, but it was low grade. Fever wasn't, didn't go over like 100, 101, with no high grade fever. The fever stayed with me. First of all, I felt something go on my nose during that day. Like, you get that scratchy throat. You walk through somewhere that's got some type of, I guess, a bug or it's dirty and something try to go on your nose and you can kick it off or cough it out or whatever. But then my throat started getting a little scratchy. And then by that night, I didn't even think about it. But that night I woke up and chills and I was soaking wet. And that went on for about 2 to 3 days. But just to make a long story short, I couldn't kick that cough for like a month and a half. But my wife got a little bit of it. She kicked it in about 5 days. My son, he threw it off in like a day. I got my whole, actually the bottom floor of my job sick. They was mad at me, and I never even went down there. It went through the ventilation from me coughing. I stayed in my office, and then so it finally it took me about 2 weeks to finally really get the crud off of me. So I just continued on. So then when the vaccine, everything, we came home in that March, everybody was, we were working from home in IT, and then everything was just hitting the fan. And then here past last month and the month before, so I got the vaccine, got the opportunity to take the vaccine. I felt a little soreness. It's like when you're in the military and you get your you get your shot with the gun or whatever, you get all those vaccines, get the different you get your immunizations updated, basically. But you get a little soreness. Then when you try and do your push-ups, you feel a little soreness. But I felt that, and then that's all I felt. And then the booster, 21 days later, which was on a Monday, but I also had scheduled for that Tuesday to get a little personal business. I went in for a colonoscopy on that Tuesday. But that Monday when I got my shot, I felt nothing, not even the soreness that I had before. No sniffles, no nothing. But then when I went to that colonoscopy, and all you people over 50, I'm a little older than Unc by a few months, but all you people that all you men that keep avoiding that. I'm one of those ones that I didn't want that ritual done on me, but it'll save your life too, that colonoscopy. Yeah, so they put when you and they give the best drug. The nurse, she was a black nurse too, or black what do you call it when they put you under? What's the
anesthesia?
Yeah, she was a black anesthesiologist, and she said, "I said, yo, just make sure you wake me up." She said, "I don't give the killer dose. I give the thriller dose." I was like, "Okay, then let the party start. Let's get the party started then." And and she inserted the needle in the IV, and you can feel the coldness, and you can feel the chemical again. You can taste those chemicals if you pay attention. And then I said, because I've been on it before, and I was like, okay, let me start counting. I said, I'm Gary, count, y'all. There was about 5 people in there. Two, the anesthesiologist, 2 nurses, and the doctor. And he's like, what kind of music you want? And I was like, give me some classical, some Mozart or something. And because those type of musical, just like you in music, the drums, the violin, the string instruments, the percussions, those things stimulate our mind even when we're in our subconscious. So I started counting. I was okay, 10, 9, because I was going to let them see I could go that the countdown. And I said, no, let me change it. 100, 98, 99, 98, 97, 96, 95. By the time I got to 89, I said, oh, there it goes. And I was out. 20 minutes later, woke up. Everything was good. But I had a little sniffle because they put the tube in your nose to give you oxygen. It's got the long tube, like the ones that when people have issues with their lungs when they get older and they carry the little oxygen tank around with them. They got the little hose that has the 2 little nipples that blow the oxygen in your nose.
Right.
I'm thinking I got the sniffles from that because my nose got a little wet. And but other than that, I didn't. Once when it did that, I said, let me take some, not to present Robitussin or give Robitussin any, but that Robitussin worked for me. So I took some Robitussin, but just to kick the little sinuses out. And other than that, that was it. And I may have had antibodies, from possibly having COVID before, and that may have gave me the extra boost with the shots. So yeah. So that was my. I mean, now when I first got the first shot though, and they have you sit there for that 15 minutes, I paid attention. I said, well, I feel a little wetness in my nose, and it's because if you've gotten shots before and had IVs, um, whether it's a water base or saline base, you can that stuff accumulates in your I guess it'd be in your salivary glands or
Right.
so you can kind of feel that, not feel it, but you're actually tasting it. So but
You know your sense of, not to cut you, your sense of smell and taste is connected.
right, absolutely.
Mhm.
Yeah. So yeah, but I didn't really other than feeling a little wetness in my nose, and I felt a little like not dizzy but a little lightheaded. That 15 minutes, and it could have been psychological, just like everybody said you're gonna feel. You could be, just to expect because you just got this shot of something, or you're looking for something. But other than that, I walked out. Thank goodness I wasn't like somebody who's super allergic because I've never been. I don't have any underlying conditions. I've never been allergic that I know of to anything. I just, I feel for those people who are super hyper allergenic and, something like that 4 hours later, and all of a sudden your immune system kicks in and shuts your lungs down with, fills it with fluid. And next thing I feel sorry for the young lady that passed away like that. I know we've heard about, but to be honest, after about 2 million, and I heard there was no deaths, I was good. When they said the vaccine started going out, and I was watching the news, and CDC was saying they got to about 2 million vaccines in, first vaccines, and the distribution was bottlenecked. But now things are opening up. But after 2 million, I saw no deaths. I'm like, okay, I'm good. I can go get mine. Because I was waiting too. I'm like, I'm gonna wait to see how everybody else, how they deal with it. I'm not gonna be one of the ones going there and say I'll be part of the trial, although we should, um, you know, uh, try to be involved in these medical trials. But again, we tend to have that hesitancy, because of our past. But this day and age, we got to be involved. We've been involved in everything else. We got to be involved in everything. But that's me. That's good with me right there.
Mm-hmm.
Hey man, I want to tell y'all, share with y'all a little quick little story, right? Um, I don't know if any of you ever heard of this right here, but I just wanted to kind of give you the story of Mahari, an act of kindness. So in 1820, a 16-year-old Samuel Mahari, that's who the medical center's named, school is named after Mahari Medical, was hauling a load of salt through Kentucky when his wagon slid off the road into a muddy ditch. With rain and nightfall limiting his options, Samuel searched for help. He saw a modest cabin that was home to a black family recently freed from slavery. The family, still vulnerable to slave hunters, paid to return freedmen to bondage, risked their freedom to give Mahari food and shelter for the night. At morning's light, they helped lift the wagon from the mud, and Mahari continued his journey. The black family act of kindness touched young Mahari so deeply that he vowed to repay it. I have no money now, he said as he departed, but when I am able, I shall do something for your race. Tragically, history never recorded the name of the courageous black family, and perhaps their identity even receded in the mind of Samuel Mahari as he grew prosperous in years that followed. Even so, 40 years later, as the Civil War ended and the black citizens began their long struggle for the rights guaranteed by the Constitution, Mahari seized an opportunity to redeem his vow. When leading Methodist clergy and laymen organized the Freemen's Aid Society in August of 1866 to elevate former slaves, intellectually and morally, Mahari acted. He and his four brothers, Alexander, David, Hugh, and Jesse, pledged their support to Central Tennessee College emerging medical education program. With $30,000 in cash and real property, the Mahari brothers repaid the black family's act of kindness with one of their own. In 1876, they funded the college's medical department, which evolved over time into what we know now as Meharry Medical College. Today, the contemporary salt wagon image symbolizes those several acts of kindness and philanthropy and countless others performed by the college loyal supporters. Use the links at the left to learn more and more. Yeah, man. So this right here, when you see Meharry and you see the symbolism, this is basically all it is right here, yo. That's the story of the salt wagon. Yep. I read that because, you know, one of the top epidemiologists in the field is also going up well, that's a part of Biden's COVID team, is Dr. Hildreth, James Hildreth, who's also was a lead on the breakthrough information regarding HIV. And one of the reasons why we know how, you know, we're unable to create a vaccine to actually defeat HIV because it eats at the very thing that you need in order to cause an immune response, right? So I just wanted to drop that in on y'all, man, since we talking, you know, all the other stuff. But most importantly, you know, between, you know, if anybody is unfamiliar, Meharry is next to Fisk and down the street from TSU. So they all right there next to each other. But yes, you know, listening to y'all build about y'all experiences and things of that nature, man, it's a wonder that that, you know, most people are able to talk about it. And what we tend to not do is really get into all the other things that we need to get into regarding, you know, like what's going on in the body, how is it reacting, what do we need to do, you know, additional things of that nature. And so commonly, I think that having these discussions actually opens the door.
Hey, I want to say this too, because I talk a lot about my being experienced as a professional trainer. You know, when I was going for my certification, I was already like into nature, basic, you know, biology, you know, and anatomy and things from a martial arts perspective. But to show you how only a fool knows all, once you start to get, as we say, scientific with it, in other words, we're able to really get down to the nitty gritty and the true etymology of the word to see exactly what it is that we feel or what we're experiencing, the difference between fast and slow twitch muscle fibers, what hemoglobin is, just, you know, learning about the effects and the differences between when you discuss nutrition of macronutrition and micronutrition, you know, micro and macronutrients, as in, you know, just like the macro and microcosm. So we have to understand that we can be studying today. I can play drums today, and any one of you can pick up the same drums that I play them for an extended period of time, and you can develop a technique. Not only that, but you might discover something that I may not have ever thought about, looked at, or you might be able to come up with a little trick to help enhance the method that I use to build it, to reskin it. It happens all the time. People ask questions. We've altered our methods in terms of reskinning their drums, and we've been able to advance our method with how we build drums. Putting it back on health and science and the body, we need as many people looking at what and who we are as possible. That phrase, 2 heads is better than 1. Hell, 4 heads is better than 2. And I could disagree with anybody on this panel, anybody in the chat, anybody in the world about anything. But if you're presenting data, if you're presenting a method and I'm able to follow that method and get to the same results that you've gotten to up to a certain point, I would be remiss if I didn't listen to you and at least try to hear you out to see the rest of, what you have to say. But if you're just talking crazy, that's one thing. But if you're able to demonstrate that, hey, and that's what science does, we call that correcting itself, where it's not about the scientists. It's not about trusting the scientists. It's about trusting the method that that person followed. Because obviously one of us, a human being, has to actually put the science in practice. We have to do the experiment. We have to actually do the work. And either one of us can make a mistake. I can misread a number. I do it all the time when I'm speaking to any one of y'all in the chat. I might misspell a thing. We do it all the time. We going back and forth. We trying to argue back and forth with somebody. We might misspell some words. It's a human error. But what we do know is someone else can come behind and say, hey, you missed this. Right? Becoming an author, putting your work out, you send it to one editor, you got everybody else in the group looking at your work. Somebody else might look at your work, and you still come out with a published edition that you need to revise. So the point is, it's not about me having all of the information on personal training, on, drums or whatever it is that I deal with. It's the fact that my information can be updated. All information can be updated. And we have to be able to stop trying to focus on trusting a human being, trusting them and they, and start realizing that, put everything aside that we've ever think that has went on in the past, our misconceptions about Tuskegee. Yes, scientific racism is a thing. All of these things are true. However, what is also true is that that thing COVID is out here. It don't care nothing about none of that. We're still left with the same question at the end of the day. You still gonna get the sniffles. You still gonna have, what I'm saying? You still gonna have these problems of dealing with something when you interact with it. So what do? Science is undefeated, yo. It's the undisputed champ of the world, Craig. Sister Juju, what you wait? No, don't never mind what you was talking about. I want to know who you was talking about.
You?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I'm so busy in my own soapbox. Hey, we're friends on Facebook. Oh man.
Shoot. My coworker passed COVID to her family. We ended up having a stroke and becoming paralyzed. No one wants. Yeah, it's crazy. We don't know though. Like people know everything. You know what I'm saying? That's why I feel like people who talking about trying to like say they want to know more about the vaccine and more about the vaccine, more about the vaccine. Like, what you want to know more about the vaccine for? All the data's out there. We done went over everything we needed to go over regarding the vaccine. Like we literally have, I don't like this word. We literally have done everything that we could do to properly educate ourselves, and all we're doing now is adding to existing data. That's all. I mean, realistically, that's all we're doing. At the end of the day, that's all we're doing. Because the foundation has already been built. All we're doing now is just adding on and gaining more understanding of what's going on. Like we can be more technical, like on the level of doctors, but we don't need to be. We lame. We layman's. We ain't got to go that far. We just need to know how to actually scratch the surface and find out what we need to find out. But I was trying to see if Unc was coming back. Go ahead, man. What shit gonna do? Fall off? I can't see.
Oh, I'm right here.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Brother Malcolm. Man, come on and give us that update, bro. Go ahead, Shaz. You have something you want to build on?
No, well, I definitely want to build off of what you just said. As far as we standing on the shoulders of not just our elders, we standing on the shoulders of all the knowledge and information that has come down through the years. If you believe in the out of Africa theory, all the African ideas and knowledge that has traversed the world, we standing on that information. People always talk about white science, not knowing that sachet, that science started, by African people, and in reality, tech, quote unquote, we all, if everything came out of Africa, then technically you kind of are an African, but we know that that's an experience as well. But I just wanted to real quick introduce myself to your audience. I know last time I probably came in, it was a little questionable, but like I said, I'm a little bit older than Unc. But me and Unc, I've been around Unc. Not just physically, but on Facebook, on YouTube, on the blog talk way back in the day when things started getting popping on before the YouTube thing started was even a thing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I graduated from a technical college. Graduated from a 4-year college. Was 3 classes plus argued my thesis from my master's. I worked for a college. I taught at a college. I taught basic mathematics at a college for a couple of semesters. Just raising my family. Been married for 25 years. Got a 17-year-old son that's doing magnificent things. 1290 on the SAT. Gonna be doing. Hopefully he's gonna be a doctor. That's the plan. Not hopefully, he is gonna be a doctor. So I mean, ain't really a thought about that. We're just trying to figure out which school we're gonna go to. But yeah. So that's who I am. I'm not the pseudo. I think a lot, and I read. I'm one of those type of people that I learn a little about a lot of things. I'm not one of those know-it-alls, but I learn a little about a lot of things, and I try to just stay aware. And that's peace. That's me. All right.
Brother Malcolm, what's good, bro?
Man, what's going on, good people? How y'all doing?
How they treating you down there in them town, man?
Ooh, boy. Man, we got some of everything going on down here now, man. We got a pretty big vaccine rollout situation going on down here, man. Where
Talk to us about it.
Well, that was, I guess, it's kind of national. It's a national issue now. So we had a little vaccine rollout issue where a few children got vaccinated, number one. There was reports that a doctor was stealing vaccines. I'm not really sure how true that is, but so we had, we got the FBI down here, not for us, the organization I'm working with.
Yeah, but this is hold on. This is breaking news, right? Because this ain't even hit CNN yet.
Not that I'm aware of. So it's still an investigation going on. But the FBI down here, the CDC on their way.
Where y'all at, Malcolm?
Down here in Memphis.
Okay.
Memphis. So
Tennessee.
Yeah, Memphis, Tennessee, no doubt about it. So it's a couple of things been popping off. So yeah, it's
Now, I would say, let me turn this TV down. I'm sorry. I would say that that is breaking news coming out of Tennessee, but I won't say that that's not a known thing that's been kind of going on, because we know about the report of the man who claimed that he thought it was going to hurt some people, and he took 500 vials out of the freezer and basically destroyed them. You know, he let them sit out to where they were no good.
yeah.
He got charged.
You got that, but these people vaccinated children now.
Yeah,
Like,
it was. I
you
think
know
it
what
was
Right. Yeah, that's yeah. That hadn't, the FDA and the EU emergency authorization we haven't even gotten there yet. From the age of 3 to 15, we haven't even gotten there yet. They're still studying. They're still seeing whether or not we're gonna move to that next.
and let me because I don't.
Malcolm, it is in the news.
It is okay. All right. Yeah, I figured it was out there.
Yeah. Go ahead though. Go ahead. I'm gonna put on the screen. You go ahead.
But yeah. So the city, Memphis is trying to get the vaccination thing rolling and underway, and I think it's been a lot of improvement over the past week. So, but it definitely was a few hiccups. You know what I'm saying? Trying not to waste vaccines and all that. It's a tough process, man, because in the eyes of man, the public, the people who want it, dude, it's like liquid gold, man. This shit like liquid platinum, man. I'm telling you, dude.
Man, and we sitting over here, we got people in the chat talking about, I don't know, I want to wait. And you got people like trying to get this vaccine. You over here playing, bro.
And while everybody was saying that the conspiracy was that they were going to try to harm black folks and all that stuff, I kept telling people, I said, the conspiracy is going to be people getting in front of your ass.
Mm-hmm.
That was.
They sold it good too. Don't get the vaccine. Don't get the vaccine.
Oh, man.
Get the vaccine. They done pump fake y'all up out of the dang on line.
Got him. Sure did, man. So I'm waiting to get my sack on ice. I plan to get it the end of this week, Friday. Hopefully, I would have got it Saturday. Yeah, Sunday. But I had to come to work Monday, and I felt like I was gonna be too beat up, and they got me riding at acting chief right now. So I was like, nah, let me hold off. If I can hold off the next week, then I jump on in the ring. And
so how did it feel after you got your first shot?
Well, for me, it was essentially, like I've been saying in the previous shows, it was essentially a booster for me, because I had a recent COVID infection, which probably wasn't even 3 weeks, 3 weeks from the infection, or at least from symptoms, before I got my first shot. So I was maybe about post 3 weeks.
So you actually tested positive?
Oh yes, tested positive, had symptoms, tested positive. I even know probably the exact instance in which I caught it. I can tell you what location of the house I was likely in, because me and that same person on that side of the room, at the only time that we was at that side of the room near the infected people, and at the moment that I had taken my mask off, because I had on the N95, it was during the time that I was eating and standing next to the people who were talking. So that's essentially, we were, loud talking and shouting and all this stuff at a Christmas gathering. Sure did. Tested positive about 2-3 days later. Then I had a fever for a short period of time. I had very mild symptoms, but I knew that once they came, I was like, damn, it got me.
So no hospitalization?
Oh, no.
What about the individual that infected? They were asymptomatic, or how was they?
Yeah, they were at the time, but I did hear, I've been like, they call me Baby Fauci, man. So I heard a cough. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. So, so I heard a cough. I'm like, okay, wait a minute. You know what I'm saying? Wait a minute, got a little something going on right here now. Let me get on over this side. But anyway, so So my the individual, the other one was my brother, my baby brother, pharmacist. He had more severe symptoms than me, but no hospitalization. But he had the neurological symptoms, diminished taste, smell. Me, I had everything. I probably had a heightened sense of smell, if anything. But I did have a mild cough. What else? Very minor headache, but I had a fever for maybe a couple of hours, and it went away without any antipyretic, so fever reducing medicine. But yeah, when I got that first shot, shit, arm was sore. So, man, I feel like somebody hit me in the arm. That dull, aching pain that you get when somebody hit you in the arm and put a frog in your arm.
Yeah.
Felt like that for about 6 hours or longer. I got beat down though. I of all the people I've known, and like I was telling Shawn, I did a little small case study on people that I knew, and asked them what their symptoms were, and I made sure I asked the people who had COVID versus those who didn't, and those who had COVID had a more robust response, which, which kind of it meets the qualification of the verified science. Like, okay, well, this is obviously our second introduction to this, to this protein. So the mRNA must actually be in the vaccine because it's actually doing the work. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
Now, I didn't have clarity on when you said that last time because I was thinking, like in my case, since I think I had it, and that, of course, that was, I didn't get the shot until probably 8-9 months later. Actually, a whole year later. And when you say a robust, more robust response, are you saying that if they had it already and then they got the mRNA shot, weeks or months later, not a lot of months later, that their immune system kicked in again and they had a symptomatic response to the MR? Or are you saying that the immune system handled it and there was no problem?
I'm saying that they had a more symptomatic response to the shot, which is typically, if I'm not mistaken, a sign that your body is that the vaccine is working, right? That you're putting forth the energy, you're making the antibodies to whatever protein or whatever the vaccine is. So yeah, in fact, they put out, and me and Shawn kind of been discussing it too. They put out, some people are kind of hinting at the suggestion of allowing people who had recent COVID infections to just get the one shot. One research team did they read the titers on people who had COVID infection. They got the one shot, and they were seeing that they were having the same antibody titers or more of the people who had never caught the COVID.
Right.
And so, but Fauci came back and said, "Nah, we're gonna stick to what the data's saying. Let's keep it. Let's keep it what it is. Because other people are like, it's such a vaccine shortage. If we can get one, we're just trying to get everybody vaccinated.
Right.
But Fauci like, nah, let's stick to what the data's saying. You know what I'm saying?"
Yeah, man. So I got it on the screen since we want to get realistic and we want to deal with the facts. The facts is Tennessee vaccines were stolen, given 2 children in 1 county. Shelby County is the home of Memphis, Tennessee. As you can see, this is coming out of a report out of Nashville dealing with this ABC News article. It says Tennessee's top health officials revealed Friday that the state has requested federal law enforcement investigate alleged theft of coronavirus vaccine doses in the state most populous county. They also, because Memphis is the most populous county, they also announced that a volunteer in Shelby County improperly vaccinated 2 children despite the shot not being cleared for young minors. Later Friday, Shelby County Mayor Lee Harris announced the doctor, Elisa Haushalter, if I said her name correct.
Lisa Haushalter.
Okay. The director of the county health department has resigned. The developments come after the state previously announced that roughly 2,400 COVID-19 vaccines have been wasted in Shelby County over the past month due to miscommunication and insufficient record keeping inside the local health department. The county, which includes Memphis, has also built up nearly 30,000 excessive vaccine doses in its inventory. Shout out the doses. So, Health Commissioner Lisa Piercy declined to elaborate on the extent of the theft allegations, but said that Shelby County Health Department only alerted the state about the stolen doses after the state had asked the federal CDC to launch their own investigation. Piercy did say, however, that the stolen shots are believed to have been taken by a volunteer who ran off with the vaccines and syringes, not the actual vials the shots were kept in. In a statement in the county health department said a supervisor received information that a volunteer medical professional was acting suspicious at the vaccination site where the alleged theft took place. The volunteer was removed from the site and law enforcement was contacted, but the county health department claims no theft report was filed because there was not enough information. The FDA has been made aware of the situation. FBI spokesman Joel Siskovic said Friday Siskovic did not confirm or deny investigation underway. Meanwhile, Pearson said that the state is still scrambling to learn more about how a volunteer immunized 2 children on the 3rd. Pearson said a mother with 2 children arrived at the vaccination site and all 3 had appointments. It's unclear if the children will receive the second dose. On top of that, nearly 2,400 shots were reported wasted, and they're just going back to the 2,400 shots. But all 3 had vaccine appointments, bro.
Now, Shawn, let me put a pin in it right there real quick. If nothing else other than nothing else good come to this, other than the lady losing her job, the doctor losing her job for unethical practices, for sure, stealing, giving vaccines to 2 children. If nothing else good come to this, we got a trial. Hopefully these children don't come to any harm. And I hope they do.
I ain't gonna come to no harm either, man. But this is gonna be telling. What you're about to finish saying is about to be telling. Go ahead.
Right, and I hope they do allow them to get their second vaccine. Because that's a what you call what is it when you have an experiment and it's not controlled? That's an uncontrolled experiment. Other than it's outside the lab where they're monitoring and they're got all the medical facility waiting if something were to happen. You got an outside experiment going on with your vaccine. I'm not sure which one. Do you know which vaccine it was, Malcolm? Whether it was the Pfizer or the Moderna?
Pfizer, I believe.
It was Pfizer. And so you got an outside experiment on some unknown young folk to see whether or not they get whether they, even though it's not a big enough pool for a satisfied.
Well, to be a month old shares move, so we should already know if they know exactly who those children are and the parent, because that parent was eligible for a vaccine, which means this parent would have already gone back to have the second vaccine. Right. Because you know what I'm saying? If it was Pfizer, they only had to wait 3 weeks. So they've had the second vaccine.
Oh, this was a month ago. This wasn't like yesterday.
Yeah, they just bringing it out.
Okay.
It happened on February 3rd, apparently, by drawing the vaccine and syringes before leaving the site. Yeah. So this the theft happened somewhere around there. That was kind of, so I see what Malcolm's saying. It's a whole lot of stuff going on. It just bundled up. They can't even handle their business. But you've been saying that though, Malcolm.
Yeah, it's a lot going on, and I didn't even know that much was going on until recently, and I only know as much as been reported in the newspaper, so I hadn't had any personal dealings with it.
That's close. Yeah, that's close hand. But I've heard of I know doctors. Matter of fact, I know a doctor who, like, when they say it's not stealing or it's not unethical because of the vaccine would you can't put it back in the freezer once it's thawed out. So they've called their friends and said, "Hey, I've got a couple of vaccines. If you want them, come get them. And they've got a young guy that's out there taking advantage of this of the system that's not there, scheduling people online and say, hey, there's some extra doses over here. Do you mind traveling 3 or
Yes.
4 hours, to go
Yes.
get the vaccine? So, I mean, it's not, and then you got people standing in lines. If people don't show up for that vaccine, they get to move ahead of the line, which we need to get everybody vaccinated. So I don't really have a problem with that if it's an extra vaccine. But when you cut the line and somehow somebody now with the you stealing and just giving people vaccines without somebody already having an appointment, and then they miss their appointment, and then you don't want the vaccine to go to waste. I don't mind that. But that other way, other sneaky way that's been going on, I think, across the nation, and that I think that they trying to add that to the hesitancy, but I think there's something else bigger going on right there as far as the distribution process.
I would, if anybody, really wanted to get vaccinated, if there's a local area in your city, I would go up to those facilities and ask them if you could get vaccinated. Catch them around the time that they're about to end, because they may have extras and they do not want to go to waste.
Show up. That's it. You know how we do it.
Just like that.
Man, I really want to know about these kids because, having that data and they actually had the vaccine, that's going, you know what I mean? That's going to turn the tide. That's going to be like, listen, they just vaccinated 2 children and neither one of them had any type of adverse reaction, and they showing hella antibodies right now.
Right. Because the FBI and probably the Fauci, the task force, the individual, the medical departments that need to be involved in that, they testing and checking.
Correct. That's the first thing they're gonna do is, hey, we need to test these kids. We need to monitor them and see how how things are going for them. Like that's front and center with that data, because that's very important for them to not only have that data but to understand what actually happened. Now, some bad might come out of it, but a lot of good may come out of this thing too, because they have that data. They're going to say, well, we have a small sample size right here in Memphis, an accidental vaccination of 2 children. And this is what we have. After, they've been knowing it. They had to been knowing about this for at least a few weeks.
Mm-hmm. And you know what, Shawn? That's actually global news. Like that could potentially be a global situation. Like children who were, to my understanding, well below the ages of 16 were vaccinated by a vaccine that did not include that particular population in their trials. Definitely national news, but I'm that's about as much as I can say about it. I work with a different bureau, and
but you know what? On the flip side of that, it just shows you the lengths that some folks will go to. It almost reminds me of when the ex-president mentioned hydrochloroquine, and then you got jokers taking aquarium hydrochloroquine, and then I think that I think both of them took it, but the husband took more. I think he might have passed away because not following the science, just listening to somebody that's got a megaphone. Crazy.
Anti-scientific rhetoric.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm just saying anti-scientific rhetoric, man, coming from the orange dude. And folks, folks were eating that stuff up, man. I'm like, are y'all kidding me? Remember, I went on Sideshow, and Curtis Cost was on there with that I forgot the white guy name, claimed to be a doctor or whatever. And he sat on this all black platform telling African Americans not to wear masks. And I'm like, man, who gives a shit about freedom right now? What are y'all talking about?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, had to be some different type of reasons behind that, because
Right. Like this,
with all those spreader events, the super spreader events, I'm like, come on, this is a setup.
this
These
is
jokers
century.
going around, these jokers going around town with no mask, running around, congregating, and then black folks falling in line right along. Well, we got some Stockholm syndrome in us. It gets crazy sometimes. Just crazy. Following the foolishness. And put your mask, double up. I've been wearing a double mask. My wife was clowning me back in March last year. Why you got two masks on? One, because, but I had it backwards though, because when I went to the VA said you might want to put your medical mask underneath of your cloth mask. Because really, I was trying to hide my cloth mask because I had one Public Enemy's mask. When you move in certain circles, I guess you don't want to. I didn't want to show. I didn't want to show out too much. But then when I got around us, then I take the other mask off. Just had the Public Enemy mask on. But yeah, and then when she told me put the medical mask underneath, I put that on. I used the other one to cover. Huh?
It's about to get interesting. So before we get started, man, I'm gonna let the brother connect his device. I want to pull up something on Facebook. Come on, brother. Don't act like this. Connect your device and your mic. Come on, Asante. Come on. Don't do this. Connect your stuff, bro. Connect it.
His name was Sandy.
Yes, he needs to connect it. There you go. Boom. Bam. All right. Before we get started, let me set the table, okay? Because this brother has been trying to argue with people for quite some time over COVID-19 vaccine. So what we're going to do is set the stage, and I'm gonna let you go, bro. I'm gonna let you go. I posted a video. You commented on the video with a meme, which I felt was immature. How will we know the vaccine is working? Will the survivability rate go from 99.7 to 99.8? So that lets me understand that tells me that you don't understand the recovery rate. And that you're just insinuating something, but you're using a meme and not any data. And then you post
Actually, that's you can get that from the CDC website.
Hold on, just hold on.
You can get the information from the CDC website. The meme is being sarcastic.
Santi, hold on.
The meme is sarcasm.
I know, man. The people don't know. So I'm messing with the meme. The people don't know. We're gonna get into all of that. And then you said the disease declined because of vaccines, and then it's a question mark, not according to history. So I just want, before I go any further, are you able to share your screen?
No, I'm not. No.
Okay. So here is your source. It's called learntherisk.org. So let's see who runs this.
And let me say something about the actual source. It's not about the sources per se. It's about actually getting the information for the sources and doing it yourself. I use that source in particular because it has the graph to show you when said disease begun. Let me get this off. I'm gonna let you say it. It showed you the graph of when the disease is at its highest peak down to when it's at its lowest peak, and it will show you when exactly the vaccine came out. The vaccine always comes out after herd immunity, after the decline, and the big pharma and the media gives it its credit, give the vaccines credit after the virus had already just subsided.
This really sounds like some QAnon and some Trumpian.
No, I gave you the data. You can go look at the data from the graphs and look at when the disease came and when the virus peaked. It's simple. It's simple.
Right now. Just let them talk. Let them talk.
No, go ahead. It's simple. My point of that was show the graphs. You can go do the research later and to show when the disease was at its peak and when it declined and when the virus came out. Or you can go get your own graphs and do that if you don't like that particular graph.
So what is?
Go ahead.
What point are you making? What are you getting
That
to?
vaccines are bullshit. They never work. None have been proven to work.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, hold up. Not okay. So you mean to tell me the measles, the mumps?
Yes, and you when you look and you go to and look, go look at the graphs and see they all went away from herd
Polio.
immunity. No, none of it. All of it's bullshit. All of it bullshit.
They've not worked to cause the
Nope.
immune system to fight the battle, to win the battle
Nope.
against
Your immune system does that naturally.
Hold on. Let's do this the right way, ladies and gentlemen. Men, we're men. Let's do this the right way. Let's move. The brother gave us a source. Can we read the source? Let's just deal with let's just deal with the data. Okay?
Let's deal with it then.
All right. So the website is learntherisk.org. Before we go any further, we need to know who learntherisk.org is. We know it's ran by a founder who is dead, died in December. Nobody has replaced the lady yet.
Probably died of COVID.
Her name is Brandy Gong. All right. Learn the Risk is an American anti-vax group founded in 2015. It is known for billboard campaigns asserting vaccines are responsible for a large number of deaths of young children. Arguments against vaccinations are contradicted by overwhelming scientific consensus about the safety and effectiveness of vaccines. So we know immediately what this website is. So let's deal with her. All right. So we find something on this sister right here. Santa Barbara coroner concludes anti-vaxxer Brandy Vaughn died of natural causes. So we know she died of natural causes. She had blood clots in her artery, right? You see her standing behind her, anti-vaxxing it up. You know what I'm saying? She's not here. She died.
What this has to do with?
Well, it has everything to do with it as a researcher. We need to know who we're dealing with. So now that we know who we're dealing with,
Hold on, Sean. I'm not gonna let you slip.
No. See. Here again.
Hold on,
You're missing the point.
I just want to mention
come out here. Because
we men, right?
This is what y'all do. This is what y'all do.
Hold on.
This is what y'all do.
No, we're not trying to disqualify. All I'm saying is we're going by the fact.
I'm gonna take me 1 second.
But look though, are blood clots natural, Sean? I'm not gonna let you just let them get away with that. That's all I wanted to say. Blood clots natural.
No shit. They're not natural. I mean, I was trying to, you know what I mean?
That's a coroner said that. Come on now.
Yeah. I was trying to not get that, but we have Brother Malcolm who deals with this specifically, right? So look, here's what it says. So it says unattended UC Center, former pharmaceutical representative who would start two organizations, highly critical of Big Pharma and the mandatory vaccination of school-age children as required to attend schools. According to coroner's report, Vaughn, she died of bilateral pulmonary thrombolo. What is that word?
Oh my goodness!
What is that word?
When my mom passed away.
Thrombobolus. Where you at, Malcolm? Otherwise known as blood clots in the artery. All right. Emergency medical response provider revived Vaughn after her 9-year-old son discovered her body, but without success.
So she had a thromboembolus. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. I knew you was about to speak up. Thromboembolus.
My bad. I had to go find my pediatric nurse book so we can talk about these pediatric vaccines.
Okay. Now it says investigators determined there was no foul play. Due to her high-profile and anti-vaccine movement, the coroner opted to give her death.
This woman, boy, nobody who follows her or follow her story believe that's the way she died.
What?
That's the one who I think it is. That's the one who was the.
You gave us this source, bro.
No, I'm just saying who she. I don't even know who the source was. For the charts, the graphs showing
this
when.
Is a learning experience.
Yeah,
this is a learning experience for everyone. You posted.
No. I know who she is now. Just by you reading her story.
Ashanti,
Just got the information from the graphs because they had the graphs.
Ashanti,
After I
Ashanti,
did my research, the
Ashanti.
graphs
You
were
didn't
accurate from
do.
her page.
All right, so I'm about to show you that you didn't do. Now I'm about to show you. I don't want to go. I don't want to argue with you, bro. It's not critical. It's
No,
a
you making a void point that the lady who they killed, they
I
killed
Hey,
lady.
brother,
This lady
can
was
you mute
killed.
your mic and have discipline?
I haven't even said anything yet.
Oh man,
You saying that
everybody
they
knows that
killed
murder.
her?
Hold on, Shesbu. Hold on, Shesbu. We got to deal with it slowly. The brother posted this on my post, learntherisk.org. I immediately want to know where this comes from because when I go to the bottom of the page, before I even get the information, I don't have a single source. None. So I'm going to try to slow down where I can get the data. So I wanted to find out who Learn the Risk was. I found out who the founder was. I pulled up the founder and realized this lady is dead.
Yes, I said murdered. She left a letter to everyone before she died, saying that she's found dead. She did not kill herself. Nothing happened.
When did she do that? When did she do that?
I will upload. I got the information. I will upload. Everybody who know her knows this. Everybody who know this. Everybody who know anything about her knows this.
I'm asking a question. I don't want to talk over you because nobody can hear us. I invited you on to have a discourse. I'm not here to threaten your life.
This way time talking about her though. My point about that.
There's a reason, bro. What I'm trying to show you is I'm trying to properly address your source. I need to know where your source is coming from. I need to know the claimant of the source. The sheriff's office is investigating the death of the This was April 14th. On this article that I just read was from February 18th, after the coroner had spoken. So she's clearly had an autopsy, and they've already deemed it what it was. Her son was there. Her son passed down. So here we go. Here's your article. Vaccination does not account for impressive declines in mortality seen in the first half of the century. Nearly 90% of the declines in infectious disease mortality among us U.S. children occurred before 1940, when few antibiotics and vaccines were available. I don't know why we're dealing with this right now. So the article says the facts are clear. Infectious disease deaths declined nearly 90% before vaccines were introduced. And it says, let's see if this is all right. So in the United States and other countries, historical records show that disease mortality declined nearly 90% before the introduction of vaccine programs and routine vaccination programs, as stated in the Trends in the Health of America's report. Let's pull up the data on the first link and see what it says. When we pull up the data, we go to AAP News and Journals and Gateway. Okay. We go here. This is American Academy of Pediatrics. Annual Summary of Vital Statistics, Trends in Health of Americans During the 20th Century. Here's an abstract. The abstract says the overall improvement of health of Americans over the 20th century is best exemplified by the dramatic changes in the age adjustment death rate declined by about 74%, while life expectancy increased 56%. Leading cause of death shifted from infectious to chronic disease. In 1900, infectious respiratory diseases accounted for nearly a quarter of all deaths. In 1998, the 10 leading causes of death in the United States were respectively heart disease and cancer, followed by stroke, chronic obstruction, pulmonary disease, accidents, unintentional injuries, pneumonia, the influenza, diabetes, suicide, kidney disease, chronic liver disease, and cirrhosis. Together, these leading causes accounted for 84% of all deaths. All right, let me just go on down here more because we're talking about how vaccines. Remember, this is supposed to be about vaccines.
Yeah, because that information was facts. I didn't hear nothing about chicken pox, measles, bumps, polio, none of that. Oh, go ahead.
So when we go to the health trends, the health trend article sends us to the American Academy of Pediatrics, and it doesn't say anything about vaccines after the fact. right? We don't have the logins to do anything else that we need to do, but we have the actual abstract right here. And it's telling us, I don't see anything in this regarding that. So now we go back to the article and we continue. In fact, some of the most prevalent diseases in the 1900s, including TB, scarlet fever, typhoid, followed with the same declines without ever having vaccine program in the U.S. Now, these diseases were nearly eradicated in the U.S. without the population being vaccinated for them. See the graph. So here's the graph. Supposedly, this is a graph from 1900 to 1932, and then 1933 to 1960. This is the BCG tuberculosis vaccine was introduced in 1953 after TB had already been declined. So,
and you know, a lot of that happens through mitigation and finally saying, you know, we got to wash our damn hands.
Yes, sanitation, hygiene is the main reason for a lot of eradication. Sanitation, hygiene, not vaccines.
Okay, but you mentioned herd immunity, so can you
Yeah,
explain
it's showing.
immunity?
It's showing. It's saying 90% death from common infection disease declined 90% before vaccines were introduced. It says the charts are right there. I don't know why you trying to
But listen to what
overlook
you
it or you
said,
just
though. You
don't
said
see it. What you
common.
mean?
There's a difference.
No. I mentioned they got the diseases right here. Whooping cough.
No, I'm just saying common disease. That
Scarlet
means,
fever, typhoid fever, polio. This is a common trend. You look in the history of these vaccines, they always come out after the fact.
y'all see my screen? Why are we still talking about TB when it said an estimated 1.7 million people died from tuberculosis in 2009?
Correct.
We ain't got to keep arguing that point. It's over. An estimated 1.7 million people died from tuberculosis in 2009.
Okay.
We can move on. This is 1900 to 1932, 1933 to 1960. You said 1953 a vaccine was actually created. Okay, apparently these people were not vaccinated. They all died. 1.7 million people in 2009. Thus, the need for new, more effective TB vaccines is clear, and many groups are working towards this goal. So we ain't gotta deal with that. Let's move on. Now, how is it possible? The pharmaceutical medical industry has spent millions convincing us the vaccine saves us all from imminent disease death. But the history proves that it is more than a market tactic, nearly 60 billion a year. All right, so it says the market value. Let's sit here and do this. We got these charts right here and right here. So we're gonna pull up the next one. Vaccine market projected to reach 77.5 billion by 2024. This article was written in 2018 in April. It's about to be outdated by 3 years. I'm sure there's got to be more data available.
It
So,
is. It's just one source.
okay, I'm going by the source you gave us, bro.
Yeah,
So,
it is. It's just one source.
all right.
It's proving
Okay.
my point.
Okay. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Hey, bro, you ain't proved nothing. You appealing to a source for one, and two,
And there's plenty of sources out there, man.
The source has no source.
Exactly. I muted his mic, bro, because one, I can't take the buzzing, and two, he not finna get on here and do like a Sonetta channel, bro. This ain't that. Now I'm gonna go back to mute and I'm gonna calm down, but he not finna get on here and do that, bro. It's not finna go down.
As I was saying, why did the disease decline? The 19th century population shifted. It's dealing with TB, right? We're dealing with mRNA vaccines, and we're seeing the changes in everything that's actually going on. However, we already didn't call it out 1.9 million in 2009. So I'm not about to deal with that.
1 point.
This is outdated information, especially when 2009 came and gone, and it's 2021. And they've been working on improving those vaccines. And that was the case. The 1.9 million tuberculosis deaths kills it.
1.4 died in 2019.
Oh boy. So okay. So what's going on again? See what I'm saying? People are not getting it. Look, tuberculosis declines without a vaccine. So let's really look at tuberculosis on a scale.
And if I'm not mistaken, tuberculosis is not a herd immunity type disease.
No, man. Look how many people still dying from this joker, man.
Airborne disease. It's bad juju.
And we're talking about just the CDC dealing with people just here in the United States, not worldwide. Tuberculosis and case rates per 100,000 population.
Right.
Okay.
Because I know on my job, every anniversary, my birthday every year, I got to go and get that little pinprick, and because they got to test it, so I don't spread it, so I don't catch it and spread it.
Right.
Here you go. TB is not spread by shaking hands, sharing food, touching bed lining sheets, sharing toothbrushes, kisses. When a person breathes in TB bacteria, the bacteria can settle in the lungs and begin to grow. From there, they can move through the blood to other parts of the body, such as kidney, spine, and brain. TB diseases, lungs, or throat can be infectious. This means that the bacteria can spread to other people. TB in other parts of the body, such as the kidney or spine, is usually not infectious. People with TB disease are most likely to spread it to people they spend time with every day. This includes family members, friends, co-workers, and schoolmates. That's why you got to do what you got to do, Shazmo.
Yes, sir.
Facts.
So they're working on trying to improve the TB vaccine. Well, they were then and still dealing with it. But if you're not vaccinating people for it, then you're going to have an issue. So again, we're rabbit hole right here, right? They're throwing all of this out here. I don't know. Listen, this don't even have a date on it. There's no date. There's no source doctors. There's a doctor's name right here. And this lady saying is well-respected pediatrician, right? Not a virologist, immunologist, right? Not an epidemiologist. And then it's supposed to be a video to watch. That's 1 minute. Okay. And then you talk about sanitation and hygiene. See, all this data is old data. It's 1900s, the 1930s, 1950s. Like none of this is relevant to now. And it continues to go. Look at this.
Hey, Shawn.
Huh? Go ahead.
Am I understanding this correctly that they're working on an mRNA vaccine, but they do not have one? Because I'm wondering, if I'm getting tested every year, how come they ain't just give me a shot, give me a vaccine, so I don't catch it or spread it? So we don't have a vaccine, do we?
Nah, I guess
it's still running rampant. I mean, it's not as rampant as like COVID-19 rampant.
Can I talk now?
Yeah, you're a man.
Hello?
We
yeah,
hear
man.
Okay, all that we talking about is basically irrelevant. The point of that was to show the charts of when the vaccine was at its peak. Tuberculosis hadn't been at its peak over the last 10 years. This is when it first came out, when it had its highest peak, until when it's calmed down. All that what you was talking is irrelevant. That was the whole point of the charts. And all that what you talk about that happened 2009 is irrelevant. We're talking about when the virus was at its highest peak and then it died down, like we seeing what happened with COVID-19 right now.
Let's test that.
Let me ask. No, let me talk a little bit now. Can I ask a question? What is it that a vaccine does that your own innate and adaptive immune system can't do? Tell me. Only thing a vaccine is attempting to do is artificially trying to do what your immune system does naturally. So what is it in a vaccine that it does that your innate and adaptive immune system doesn't do?
All right, so let me go ahead and
Nothing.
do.
Not a damn thing. Nothing.
You got a lot to learn. Go ahead and bring
No,
it.
you got a lot to learn. You got a lot to learn. It
Hey,
does nothing.
listen, I got a question.
The DNA,
What-
Hold on.
no.
Let's answer his question because his source is faulty as hell. I don't even have to read the rest of the source. It was garbage. So what does a vaccine do that your natural body does not do? We've actually talked about this. If you pay attention, I'm sorry, you don't watch the show, so I apologize. So we actually talked about the difference between herd immunity or natural immunity and actually what a vaccine does. Natural immunity takes too long to develop. You're sick and it could cause severe disease or potential death or some other type of reaction in your body, depending on what type of virus that your body encounters. It takes too long. With the vaccine, it increases an immune response that speeds up the antibodies, allowing you to build immunity against the virus.
No, that
And
ain't funny. And to build on to that, Sean, it
Hey,
also
man.
no, hold on, bro. It also alleviates the
Oh my
fact that
God.
variants and mutations can develop before the body and the population can reach herd immunity. It
Wow.
will kill your ass.
So you mean to tell me that injecting yourself with some of the world's deadliest poisons works better than your natural innate and adaptive immunity? That's what you're telling
so
people.
I guess you don't know what's in the vaccine.
No, I'm asking. That's what y'all telling people. That's y'all
First,
science,
we
and
have
that's
to
what
make sure
y'all
that you
believe,
understand
right?
something real. First, we have to make sure that you understand something. All right. The immune system is the body's defense. We get that. All right. Against an infection. Now, you just brought up something. Innate is something that you're born with. Adaptive develops over time.
Right.
Passive is borrowed. So what we're talking about is when you talk about a novel, like right now we're in the middle of a pandemic, we're talking about a novel virus. Your body has not bear witness to SARS-CoV-2, COVID-19. It's never seen COVID-19 before, so it's not innate. Your mother was not vaccinated and passed down the antibodies at birth for you regarding COVID-19. So this is not going to be innate. This is going to be adaptive. So when you're dealing with adaptive, it develops over time. So once you're infected with COVID-19, you build some type of antibody, you build some type of antibodies up, but they're short-lived. They're not lasting too long.
No. Y'all can't be serious.
Can
with
you
that science.
please, bro?
Your innate immune system is your body's
Can
first
you
line of
please
defense.
listen?
No,
Can
because
you,
you connect.
Auntie, bro? Seriously, come on,
You keep
man.
ranting about nothing. You
And
asked
I'm
to
gonna
do
keep muting your mic if you keep
Don't
trying to
cut
talk
them off.
over people, bro.
I asked you to let.
I'm gonna keep doing it, bro.
Nah, we'll pause him for a second. All right, he asked a question, and I'm trying to make sure that the viewers understand that clearly he's not kicked out. I just put him to the side. I am trying to answer the question because your body has to adapt to a novel virus, something it's never seen before. That this has nothing to do with innate. You're not going to naturally adapt to. Listen to what I'm saying. Innate is something you're born with. Your innate immunity is something you're born with. Your adaptive is something that develops over time. You have to understand what each one of these is: innate, adaptive, and passive. You jump out the window when you simply say your innate immune system. How? You ain't never encountered some of these viruses that actually exist. That's why you get sick when you encounter them.
He don't want to
Then
learn.
your body starts to develop some type of immune response once you've gotten sick. That means you're having to adapt. Duh. You get hit, you come in contact with COVID, you have some type of a response to it. Even if you have a asymptomatic response to it, you have some type of response to it. You go through something. Now you don't have severe reaction. You may have, that's why they call it asymptomatic, just means a mild reaction. So you have a mild reaction to this. That's all. And then you begin to adapt because your body's beginning to work. But it takes a process. With a vaccine helps boost the immunity. It makes it a lot better. It does all the things that need to be done. And give me a second, because I'm actually trying to get here and deal with something that I actually brought up. Like, when you're talking about natural immunity, right? It's the first line of defense. We know that. So we know what we're dealing with. You're having two different arguments here. And you clearly don't understand what's going on there with natural immunity. There's new variants to COVID-19. That's why I specifically said COVID-19, because your body's going to be reintroduced to a different variant. So it's not going to look similar to whatever you may have encountered before. That's why natural immunity does not work. It doesn't work. So when we get all the way back into dealing with what we're dealing with, brother, and I'm finna bring you back in here, we're talking about 114 million confirmed COVID cases, 2.5 million deaths, 28 million in the US with 516,000 deaths and counting. Your innate immunity ain't working. Your adaptive immunity ain't working. For these people, they're dying. And for
That's
those,
what happened with nature.
Go ahead, Malcolm.
I said that's what happened when nature vaccinates.
Exactly. Deaths. If death don't get you, long-term COVID gets you. And if long-term COVID don't get you, you'll have some type of short-term reactions, or you may develop something over the case. That's why you have COVID tongue, COVID toes, COVID lung, COVID heart, COVID feet. I mean, brain. You have it hidden in your brain. Now you got no taste, no smell. You got all type of symptoms. So natural immunity is not working, bro. It's not.
This virus
So
is a natural virus. My bad, bro. This
nah,
virus emerges out of what nature is existence, bro. Everybody want to talk this natural, man. Natural this, natural that. Okay, we naturally living on a natural planet with natural things that's trying to naturally kill us. Come on, bro. Stop playing. People dying every day of this, man. Every day. If that's the case, how come my immune system ain't got rid of asthma? Tell me that, fam. 10,000 strikes a week and I still can't get rid of asthma. Tell me. Stop playing.
So I'm gonna let him explain to us whatever he want to explain to us, because the source that he gave us to make his argument don't even have any viable data here. Now, it did provide some studies and reports, but the studies and reports are insufficiently not supporting the actual data that he provided. So there's nothing that this lady actually posted. Rest in peace to her for her attempts, but that was garbage. Like, we could have did a better job with a better source to like come up with that. Now, I'm gonna hush up a little bit and I'm gonna bring the brother on and I'm letting the brother go. Ashanti, you have the floor, bro.
Hello?
Yeah, we're listening.
Okay. Yeah. So first of all, you didn't answer my question about what a vaccine does that the body can't do.
I did.
No, that's first of all. You talk about people are dying. Why are people dying? Because their immune health is fucked up. They already sick. If you got an immune system that's in its homeostasis state, that means it's functioning. The virus can't enter into your cells and replicate itself. It won't make you sick. The only reason that viruses don't even kill you. Your own immune system attacks itself and kills you. First of all, if you got a healthy immune system, the virus can't fuck you. I'm 0% worried about any virus in this world because my immune system's intact. Because I got common sense and I'm scientific literate enough to know that your immune system attacks itself and kills you. It's called a cytokine storm. It's what people are dying from. Not no fucking virus. A virus can't penetrate a functioning immune system. And with a message, your body does what the vaccine messenger
But
RNA
before you hold
vaccines
on, before
tries to
you go
do
too far,
either way.
before you go too far, Ashanti, do you have a source for what you just said?
I'll give it to you. Is just look up what a
No. I
cytokine
need
storm is.
I need. You can type in the private chat. Go get
No,
me a source.
I'm not positioned. I will give that. I will give that. I will tag you in
Ashanti,
there
if you
after
can
this.
type in the chat, you
I
can
will
pull up a
tag.
source
If
on
you
your
know
phone.
science, you would know that. If you know science, you would know that.
No. I'm asking you for a
And
source
I
that
just
says your
told you
body,
I would tag you
your
after
immune
this.
system
I don't have time
already
to do it
attacks
right now.
itself.
I would tag you
Okay,
afterwards.
Ashanti. Okay, Ashanti. There. Okay, all right. So what
I
you're
would tag you
basically
after.
saying
And can
is
I continue?
about
And
autoimmune
can I
disease
continue? And can I continue for
means
what I was
something
saying?
else.
And can I continue for what I was saying? So if you know science, you know that a cytokine storm is what actually kills you. Your own immune system kills you, not no fucking virus. First of all, and viruses
What
can't
evidence
penetrate
that you have that a virus is not trying to kill you?
because it doesn't. I will
I'm
show you
not
that.
about to
I
let you
just told you that.
talking.
I just told you.
All
I
right,
would
so
give
all
you the
right, now
source
I'm
to that.
muting you. All right, so I'm not about to go all the way down a rabbit hole with you over and over and over. So give me a second because I want to address this specifically. So when you talk about the immune system attacking itself, right? We already talked about the doctor in Florida who actually received the vaccination, but his immune system attacked itself because he had that TPV, or I might be saying it incorrectly, but it's an abbreviation for what he actually had. But anyway, um, when we're talking about something specific, you're talking about causing an autoimmune disease. Now, when we dealt with this, how many vaccines do you know of right now? I know the answer, but right now, because you're administering the vaccine to Black people in Memphis, Tennessee, so how many vaccines do you know of that cause an autoimmune disease or response?
I don't know of any.
Okay, so how many? Okay, now so let's get back to his point about the immune system. So, does the immune system attack itself?
Yes.
Is your immune system trying to kill you?
Not normally.
When does your immune system attack itself, Shazmu?
When a foreign object, meaning not object like in a ball or something, but when a foreign enemy comes into your system or is in your system lying dormant, you could have been born with it. And for some odd reason, the immune system looks at it as an enemy and begins to basically attack itself, like cancer.
So it can lead to something that actually can cause it. So if you get sick and your immune system is trying to defend itself because it's going to end up attacking itself, you're saying that it's going to kill you. Now, can a virus kill you?
I'd say yes, because you have flesh-eating viruses.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say yes.
Just keep it, bro. We ain't got to say it because we know that we're living among millions of viruses upon millions of viruses. To keep it simple, some viruses are not deadly. Some viruses don't cause diseases, but there are a few viruses that, and if you know, on Science with Shawn, we talked about this because we were dealing with viruses and dealing with Vince Racanelli's video, who teaches this stuff, right? And specifically about viruses, and the evidence specifically shows that there are a handful of viruses that will kill you. Not everybody, but it will, some of them will kill. Now, it can you get the virus, causes a disease. The disease then in return is trying to kill you. All led from a virus. We got 516,000 witnesses in the middle of a pandemic right now. So the brother says, I put you in the back so that you actually can get me a source. And then you said in a weak immune system. Okay, so how the hell did that black man die that exercised every day and ate healthy that caught COVID? Thank you. You could leave if you want to leave. I have no problem with you leaving. But what I'm not going to do is let you just talk out the side of your face and not speak. Because I'm not going to chase you down these little stuff that you keep making when I don't think that you understand what a virus is, what it does, and all these other things, because you clearly don't understand the immune system. So you can do whatever you want to do at this particular point, bro. So I need a source from you, Ashanti, regarding.
Hello? Can I talk now?
No, I need a source.
Yeah, you get on your program, you can't talk.
First of all, your phone sounds like trash. Secondly, I really need a source because we're talking to people who are trying to learn and understand things, and you just sound like you're talking out your rear end.
I'm not in a position to post a source on here. I'm not somewhere where I can do that.
Bro, you just put it on my post on Facebook. How you can't do the same thing?
I told you a million times I can post it afterwards. Like, will you have a problem with that? I'm 100% for sure know what I'm talking about.
I done seen your sources.
You know what I'm saying? And what y'all into? Y'all into fake science that the Rockefellers put forth when they destroyed the natural health community. For all y'all speaking of Rockefeller propaganda, fake
Who
science.
said anything, bro?
That's the science that y'all speaking.
Man. Stay the course.
That's the science that y'all speaking. That's the science that y'all speaking. You ever heard of the flexion? Can I talk, man? Why you gotta interrupt me every time? Cause you got the power to mute me and turn me off.
You're going left. You bringing up the Rockefellers.
No.
You ain't gotta bring them up. We talking about.
How can you tell me why you gotta tell me what I can talk about? Why you gotta interrupt me and tell me what I can talk about?
Because we're not going to chase you to the Rockefellers. We don't know nothing about the Rockefellers. We're trying to stay on the immune system and viruses.
You won't let me talk about that. You cut me off. You're not talking about that.
That's what we want to talk about.
So it sounds like you're not letting me talk. Can I just talk? Can I get 3 to 5 minutes and say my little spiel? We got getting cut off. Hello?
Yeah, you finna talk about the immune system? Go.
Yeah, and obviously you definitely don't understand what the immune system does. Your innate immune system, if it's in functioning health and homeostasis, it fights off viruses. It doesn't let it enter the cell. That's what your innate immune system does. It doesn't let it enter the cells.
How?
It fights it off.
How?
Through the interferons and all types of exosomes, the limbs. It's a whole process. It's a whole process. Basic thing is, if you have a functioning immune system, your innate immune system fights it off. The virus can't enter your cells.
What is the innate immune system? Can you explain that? What does that consist?
I'm talking right now. I ain't saying all that right now.
No, that you know.
No, I'm saying the basics. If you got a functioning immune system, the virus can't enter. That's your first line of defense. It can't enter. And when you do, when the virus does kind of make you nauseous, it's actually a process. It's called a detoxification process. The healing process is when you start to feel, when people think they're sick, it's called a detoxification process, a healing process. Scientific definition for it.
but we want to hear about the immune system. So how does the innate immune system stop a virus from infecting your cell? What portion of it? Teach us. I mean, we're trying to learn. We really want to know. Like, teach us.
I'm just giving basic information out right now. I would have to go down and look at a few things because it's a lot
Right.
to actually say.
Right. So basically explain to us how this works so that we can be well informed.
I'll have to put the information online. I'm outside walking down the street talking, so I'm not in the.
All right,
Let
Malcolm.
me read something that might help him. Let me read
Hold
something.
on, Shesman. Hold on, Shesman. Just hold on 1 second. So, Malcolm, because you just got you're really in the middle of teaching the class about the immune system and all of this stuff. So go ahead, my brother, and explain to him about the immune system and how the immune system works.
Yeah. So what I was trying to do to him, and not to antagonize, I wasn't trying to piss you off or nothing, brother, but I'm doing an assessment. I want to assess the students, see exactly what they know. And what I'm trying to get you to do is to share with us what you may or may not know. Maybe you know something that we don't know, or maybe you're actually deficient in a particular department that you're explaining to us. That's why I'm asking, not to make fun of you, but you're on a platform where other people are listening and trying to learn. So it helps to be well informed about this subject, at least enough to be able to explain the immune systems and the differences. If you're going to tell people what not to do or tell people that information is fake, you have to counter it with solid information. And so we want to know what that innate immune system consists of. But we didn't get that. So if you would have said things like the skin, the nasal hairs, mucous membranes of the nose, gastric acid or juices in the stomach, right? If you'd have said, and even if you would have said certain cells like natural killer cells, macrophages, monocytes, neutrophils, if you would have even said those, I would say, okay, well, maybe this brother is on to something. Maybe he's on to something, but he's missing another part of the immune system, which is what Shawn was trying to explain to you. And that is the adaptive immune system. And that portion of the immune system usually involves T and B cells. B cells produce the antibodies. T cells do the killing, do the destroying. B cells also act as opsins, where they'll kind of kiss certain cells to mark them so that T cells can come in and kill them. But to produce these immunoglobulins, which are usually IgG, IgA, IgM, IgE, and IgD, depending on what you're dealing with, it takes time. So it doesn't happen immediately, it happens over time. So the adaptive immune system takes longer to actually perform or go to work than the innate immune system. If you'd have just said that much, then I probably would have. You explain the immune system, at least know that much. And to say that they come from the Rockefellers, I don't know what that.
Right. So clearly he doesn't understand that your first line of defense is not going to stop a virus. The virus is going, listen, the virus is going to affect the cell regardless. Now, if you've already built up antibodies against a particular virus and you encounter that virus again, and or if you've had a vaccine regarding that particular virus, your body's going to defend itself against that. But we're dealing with a novel virus that is reinfecting people, so your innate is not really functioning in this climate. Go, Shesmu, and I'm gonna bring back Ashanti real quick. Let me do.
All right. I want to piggyback or Reggie-back or Silverback off of what you just said about the first line of defense and what Shawn brought up, saying if you would have spoke on some things like the skin. The skin is, if I'm not mistaken, the largest organ on the body. And do you know that it is the first line of defense against any outside intruders via viruses. The only way it gets in through the skin if there's a cut in the skin. And then because of certain viruses are airborne, um, then it goes through your respiratory, through your nose, and then if there's liquid molecules, can get in your eyes, get in your mouth, other than breathing it in. But other than that, that's your skin is your first line of defense. But I was going to read this. I posted it in the chat, in the live chat. So let me get back. Are you ready, Shawn? Because I can come back to this one. I got to look for it again.
Yeah, put it in a private chat so we could either put it on the screen, or you could put it on the screen because you should be able to just share it unless you're on the phone or something like that where it may be difficult.
All right, I'll do it.
Oh, and I missed tears too. The chemical inside of your tears, or
Ashanta, can you mute your mic when yeah you go when you're not talking, and then when you are, like, we all kind of mute so that it doesn't distort the show or the program, for other people who do want to listen and go back and listen to the broadcast at a later date. It has a clean, crisp sound when we mute ourselves. Oh, you was getting ready to say something, Shawn? I'm gonna go ahead and try to post this.
Nah, that's Malcolm. Malcolm was getting ready to try to tie something in.
yeah, I had missed mentioning about the tears and the lysosomes inside of the tears, or those lacrimal ducts. That's also a part of the innate immune system too. And viruses, I think I get the point that he was trying to make, that your own body kills you. Well, it's not so much autoimmunity, but it is the body's reaction to the foreign pathogen that do cause the signs and symptoms that we see. So, an allergic reaction, right? Let's say you eat a peanut, you're taking some kind of allergen. Well, the body will do what it has to do to preserve itself and try to remain in what they call homeostasis. And to do that, let's just say a foreign pathogen through an antigen versus an immunogen. So an antigen would be, let's just say, a peanut. You eat a peanut, it's your second time being introduced to it in most cases, and you kick off an anaphylactic response. And this is what some of the vaccines were doing to very, very minor group of people, but because they had a history of it. So what happened is your body would try and shut itself down. It'll try to release the pathogen from the bloodstream. So certain things will happen in your vessels, your blood vessels, right? They'll widen up. Fluid will kind of leak out into the spaces surrounding your blood vessels. I'm not trying to get too technical, but this is your body trying to isolate the pathogen so it can get to it. Other things it'll do is respiratory system will start to shut down. It'll tighten up because it doesn't want to let anything out, anything in. Severe bronchial, what we call it. So yes, an anaphylactic response, although it's trying to preserve the body, can be very detrimental. And that's just an example, one of many that we could give. But let me shut up.
Hello.
Yes, sir. We're listening.
Yeah. I wasn't going all the way technical to the processes, but what I'm just trying to explain, an immune system that's functioning in its homeostasis state, it's in its functioning. Viruses can't enter cells and do what it does to you. If you do get a little sick from a virus attacking you a little bit, it's actually called a detoxification process, a healing process. It's a name to that. Then your body does the adaptive immunity for when it comes again. But innate immune system, that could be through your throat, your eyes, all that is just, like you said, the skin, part of your innate immune system. And then that fails, the interferon system kicks in to fight off the disease, and then the adaptive immune system.
Hassan.
So no, hold on, man. Every time I say
My bad. I thought you were pausing.
every time I say something, your body your body has everything it needs to fight off disease. You don't need put poison in your body to do that if you're taking care of your own body. It's just ridiculous to even think that. You don't need all no poison in your body to do what your body does naturally. It's just no reason to.
But
Irish.
the virus is the poison.
Oh man, yeah.
No. Just walk with us. Walk with us for a second.
Okay, and let me ask you this, but before this, most of the people are dying. They are already sick from disease, right? Like 99, like 94, 95% of the people that died already had the initial disease, correct? Am I right? What y'all statistics on that? The most of the people that died, we can agree that most of the people dying already had pre-existing diseases, conditions. We agree on that. That's the word, right?
But
Can we agree on that?
pause your mic for a second, son, because it makes a distortion. But I can give you a little bit of that. But I would just say, pause your mic for a second.
Okay, hold on.
There's a noise.
Hold on.
I would just ask the question to you: is any immune system perfect? Is mankind's immune system perfect? And then the other question would be, why do humans die of disease?
I already answered that part, but no, everybody's immune system is not perfect. That's the whole point. You got to take care of your own body. You treat your body with the proper nutrients that it needs to sustain itself. And what kills you from this disease again is your own immune system inability to protect itself from foreign pathogens that will kill you. It is literally called a cytokine storm. Literally, that's what kills you. When
Right,
your
we're
immune
familiar with the
system
term.
overreacts and
But let me ask
attacks
you this.
itself.
Let me ask you
Literally.
this, though. Let me ask you this, though.
Yeah.
If most people don't have fully functioning immune systems that can fight off every attack, or if they get attacked and while it's fighting one attack, something else attacks it and it's not prepared for a dual attack, wouldn't it be smart to get a vaccine that's preventative for an
No.
attack of something that's known that's coming after you?
I'll let people make their own decision on that part, but for me, no. What you need to do is take
I'll
better
accept
care of
that. I
yourself.
accept that, and I appreciate that.
I think people need to take better care of themselves in that case.
All right, can I let me cut in real quick and let me just deal with a couple of things because you brought up cytokine storm as if uh, it's to say the overall gist of what's going on with people who encounter or encounter death. Like that's
No,
not
I'm
what,
not. No, hold on. I'm not saying that's the whole process or the cytokine. No, I'm saying that's what ultimately kills you. Yes, that's what ultimately kills. It's a process
not
that goes
okay.
on, but that's what ultimately takes you out. Your own body attacking itself.
Are,
Yeah, definitely.
are you saying that the cytokine storm is the reason why 500,000 people, 2.5 million people died?
Yes, that's 100% factual. Because
Okay, so where's the evidence for that, please?
Hold on, let me get that to you. Hold on.
What scientific source? I'm on the Journal of Blood
I'm about to
They
get.
don't.
Let me go to my Facebook page because I can't believe y'all don't know this. That's
Now,
crazy.
do you know what cytokines do?
That's crazy, bro.
Tell us what cytokines do.
That's crazy. Let me get the information.
I have no problem with you accessing the information, even if you can find us what cytokines do and how they kill you. And I do want to say this. You mentioned interferons. I want you to look them up also, because you said the interferons are used by the body during the innate phase, or
No, I said no. I did not say that. Did not say
okay.
that.
You said
I
interferon
say the interferon system takes place after.
after
It's not the
what?
same. It's not the same thing.
After what?
They're breaking up. So the terms cytokine is derived from a combination of two Greek words, cyto meaning cell and kinos meaning movement. Cytokines are cell signaling to immune of cells towards sites of inflammation, infection, and trauma. So it's going to an area that help protect, defend, and work out. So cytokines exist in peptide, protein, and glycoprotein. Proteins with a sugar attached forms. The cytokines are a large family of molecules that are classified in various different ways due to an absence of an unified classification of systems. Examples of cytokines include the agents interleukin and
One
interferon,
second,
which he
Sean.
told
One
you.
second, Sean. I want the people to get exactly what you're saying. Asante, please mute your mic because there's a bad hiss and a hum coming over while he's
Okay,
reading.
yeah, I'm outside. Hold on.
Go ahead, Sean. You got the floor.
All right. So basically, cytokines exist in peptide, protein, and glycoproteins, proteins with sugar attached forms. The cytokines are a large family of molecules that are classified in various different ways to an absence of a unified classification. Now, examples of the cytokine include the agents interleukin and interferon, which are involved in regulating the immune system's response to inflammation and infection. There is a debate among experts over whether certain molecules should be called hormones or cytokines. Classic proteins for example, have been understood to circulate in nanomolar concentrations and not to differ by more than one order of magnitude. Cytokines, however, circulate in picomolar concentrations and may increase in magnitude almost 1,000-fold in response to an infection or inflammation. That those two words continue to come up: infection and inflammation. So cytokines go where there is an infection and inflammation, trauma. Okay. So when you talk about a storm, right, coming out of the Journal of Nature, a cytokine storm, right, you're talking about it responding to trauma. Now, it says the severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2 SARS-CoV-2 pandemic has reminded us the critical role of the effective host immune response and the devastating effect of immune dysregulation. This marked 10 years since the first description of a cytokine storm that developed after chimeric antigen receptor CAR T-cell therapy, and 27 years since the term was first used in literature to describe the end fragment syndrome of acute graft versus host disease after allogenic hematopoietic stem cell transplantation. The term cytokine release syndrome was coined by describe similar syndrome after infusion of miromanab CD3. Cytokine storm and cytokine release syndrome are life-threatening systemic inflammatory syndromes involving elevated levels of circulating cytokines and immune cell hyperaction that can be triggered by various therapies, pathogens, cancers, autoimmune conditions, and monogenetic disorders. All right. We don't have to go too far because I'm not going to go too far. I'm going to stay right there so the people can kind of understand what Asante was insinuating. And we want to just bring it clarity because it's being misused in a way that is really unbeknown to me, but I'm going to let him go ahead and do his thing.
Okay, yeah. Basically, hold on, let me get back to where I was. But yeah, diseases like COVID-19, influenza, those respiratory diseases that we dealing with now. The cytokines, the protein, and then in this situation, I guess it's spike proteins that we're dealing with. That's in pretty much in the cells in the body. That's in the immune system. In these particular diseases, it's the protein cells that's in the immune system. And when the body is not healthy enough to protect against pathogens and all these things that's attacking it. The cytokine response comes from the immune system and triggers inflammation, attacks the body, causing death. That's what happens to a person that dies. The cytokine storms kills them because your immune system is not strong enough to protect yourself. That's what
So,
happened. It's
so what
called a
does the
cytokine
vaccine
storm.
do? So what does the vaccine do?
Hold on. Let's just all right, because I don't want to go a long time about this. So I want to kill it right now with the Lancet. Okay. Some of the deaths are related to cytokines. Okay, the cytokine storm. Some, not all. So
Well,
I can I'm gonna put the article on the screen because I don't want to play the game. Some of the deaths, not all. Everybody that's dying from COVID-19, some, and they don't give a specific. Hold up,
Mute your mic, Asante.
okay.
yeah, some of the deaths. Okay. Now, this I was waiting to see if he would go to a peer review. Well, I was hoping that he would go to an actual journal, but I'm gonna do it for him. We trying to walk with him. I understand what Malcolm got his teacher hat on. Malcolm got his teacher hat on, man, and I didn't get impatient. Some, here you go. This is your article right here. COVID-19 cytokine storm targeting the appropriate cytokine. I keep saying cytokine storm. So this is your article, and it's going to tell you in this particular article when you get down here and start reading it, that some of the deaths are related to it, right?
And Sean,
Some.
I think me, you, and I think Wuja even mentioned the cytokine storm. So we knew about
Yes.
it. There was also a kinin storm that they was talking about as well. So I
Mm-hmm.
wanted to hear him explain that and then explain the interference, because he said that a healthy cell could not be infected by the virus. And the point here was to do an assessment, and then to try to help build a brother up and give him valuable information so that he can be well informed, and those listening who may agree could be well informed too.
And yeah, so by the way, the cytokine storm is still caused by the virus.
Facts.
So, it's not that these people are having, some of these people are having immune issues. The virus is the reason for the cause of death. It's the number one reason for it.
Facts.
That's why it's labeled a COVID-19 death. It's not a cytokine. The cytokine has to be influenced by something, because we just broke down the definition. Now, I gave you the Journal of Nature. I gave you, which is the top. I gave you NewsMed, and there's a New Scientist article that Chesmu put up, and we also put up the Lancet. And we're pretty much already familiar with what you were trying to go to, Ashanti. But what we're trying to say is that natural immunity in the middle of a pandemic is not feasible without a vaccine. A vaccine works. It speeds up the ability for your immune system to work effectively. Now, natural does not. Why it does not? Because there has been people who have been reinfected 3 times, brother. 3 times. And there's people that have had it 2 times. So naturally is not working, because they continue to get reinfected and get sick, and they're not developing natural immunity. So they're not adapting.
Bruh, not true, man. Just simply not true.
Okay, so if I show you people that have been reinfected, you gonna say it's true or not true?
That's not my point. My simple
No, no,
point
no, no,
is,
no. You said not true, and I said people have been reinfected, so they're not gaining natural immunity. They're not.
and I
Okay,
can tell
I have someone specifically. Listen, I have someone specifically that I can reach out to and show and prove and put it on the screen that this person has had COVID twice.
okay, COVID, the flu, there's no difference, but
I'm being specific, bro. I'm
There is
talking about.
definitely a difference.
at the end of the day, it's not hard. If you got a functioning, healthy immune system, you taking care of yourself, you're gonna be all right.
This person exercises every day.
Exercise ain't got nothing to do with it. If you're not taking care of
Eating healthy,
your
bro.
gut health.
Hey, do you know that which one of them bays which one of the Morris brothers, man, to do the Sabi stuff? This dude been called COVID-19. And he don't eat meat. He eat healthy. He eat natural. He eat from the earth. He do all the diet. He even fast. So I don't want to hear all of that, bro. What I'm simply trying to tell you is this: people are being reinfected. That kills the whole natural thing. Once you've been reinfected,
he's still alive, right? He's still living, right? Exactly.
yes, but he's having issues.
Who wants to get sick though?
Thank you.
And there
If your
are healthy
immune
people,
system's in
there
good
are
health,
healthy people who
you're gonna be all right.
exercise and who eat right, who have died. Stop playing the game, bro. It don't
Well,
work
I'm
like
well,
that.
I'm
hold
a
Who
thousand.
wants
on,
to
hold
have
on, bro,
long
because you
term?
talk,
I'm a
you
thousand
talk over
percent.
everybody.
I'm 1,000%
You
sure
talk
that
over
I
everybody,
can never
bro.
die from it.
And you wrong is 2 left feet.
No,
So let me say
I'm
what I got to say.
1,000% sure that I
So
can
let
never
me say
die
what I
from
got
it.
to say, because you wrong is 2 left feet.
I'm my own
So
doctor.
people that
Why
exercise
I
and eat
can't die
right
from
every
it?
day
Why I can't
still
get it?
catching COVID
Because I
and
know
they
how to
die.
take care of myself.
People
I
who
can't get it,
exercise and eat right every
and
day
I'll
catch
show you they
COVID
sick,
and they
and
die.
I'll show you they lying.
What are you
They
talking
sick.
about?
They sick. They can't be.
So Ashanti, I got a question for you. What makes your immune system healthy?
Providing it with the proper nutrients and
What,
everything it needs to
how do you
sustain itself.
how do you do that?
All the
What,
minerals
okay,
that it needs to sustain itself. It's really simple. The
all right.
water, drinking the amount of water, all the proper nutrients, vitamins that it needs to sustain itself. It's really just that simple. It's
There we
not
go.
rocket science.
So basically, through nutrition is how you would is how you would have a healthy immune system. Is that correct?
No. You sleep, exercise. It's a variety of things. They're just the gist of it. Because your immune system begins in the gut. That's the gist of it. The gut
It
health.
begins in the gut,
Just the gut health. The gut health is the gist of keeping a healthy immune system.
but we
Yeah.
just discussed the innate immune system starts with the skin. Are you sure it starts in the gut?
It can start in the eyes, the nose. It's all that's part of
Okay.
your innate immune system
So
too.
so basically, you're saying that there's only a correlation, and I'm asking, are you saying that there's only a correlation between immune health and the stomach?
No, no.
Just
I said that's the gist of it. I never said that.
say,
No.
what makes your immune system healthy? You mentioned nutrition and water. Again, are you saying
Oh, I said amongst other things. I didn't say everything. You trying to make me list a whole variety of things that can clean air. Like it's a variety of things. I'm just
okay?
saying certain things. It's a
All
lot
right.
of things.
So
Come
so
on.
so do you understand vaccine science and what portion of the immune system that would stimulate? You realize it will bypass the gut, right? You realize that a pathogen can bypass the stomach.
I'm not talking about I'm talking about what keeps your immune system healthy.
Right.
I'm
You,
not saying the gut protects you from viruses.
see, I think.
I just said that's where your own health begins at, making sure your immune system is healthy.
Okay. All right. Correct. So food, sleep, water, less stress, reduce, exercise. Yes, this will help you to maintain your immune system. Correct.
Yeah.
So, do you understand vaccine science? Do you understand that?
Yes.
You,
Yes. I understand the stupidity of it. It's
so,
irrelevant.
so wait a minute. So, if you so vaccination, explain it to us. Explain what's your understanding of vaccination? Explain the process. I
My,
don't.
my explanation of a vaccine is an artificial attempt to do what your body does naturally.
So
That's all it is.
all right. So what? Why do you see issue with that?
Because you got some of the world's deadliest poison injecting in your bloodstream, and it's proven to have many side effects. You got people dying from taking a shot right now. So
But
why would you do that? So if in your nucleus you got DNA, and inside that DNA, this is what they're trying to do. You got mRNA. Your mRNA is called a transcription, where the mRNA goes to the ribosome and creates proteins.
that's translation. But listen,
Yeah,
let's go.
translation. Your body does that naturally
So let's go back to the.
every day. So if I know that, my job is to keep my own health in check, so that some tax my body, it has the ability to do that.
Okay, so you said that a vaccine is emulating nature. Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
an artificial attempt to emulate
Hold on one second.
natural
Hey,
ability. Yeah.
Tech, do you have control of the panel? Can you did Shawn get put out or something? Did he lose connection?
He's probably standing back.
I'm on my phone because my computer tripping. I can't let him in.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah. He had to step away for a minute, but you know, I'm all.
Yeah. I had to get on my I had to get mobile, man. But I didn't mean to break the bill. But the brother doesn't have command of what actual vaccine science is. So I think Malcolm was in the middle of
That's all it
explaining
is.
what. Okay. So all right. So Malcolm was in the middle of explaining what the vaccines are. Can Malcolm?
Yeah. Go ahead,
that?
Malcolm.
All right.
All right. So what I'm trying to do is just get an exact understanding, or what his understanding is of the process. He said that it's
You want me to say it over again?
Say it over again.
I'll say it over. This mRNA vaccine.
No. Just do vaccines. Period. You don't even have to go.
Because it's difficult. Because actually, this what they call the vaccine now is not an actual vaccine in the first place. This mRNA thing.
Oh wow.
Because the vaccine legal. It's funny, but a legal definition of a vaccine, it has to give antibodies and immunity. It doesn't do that. And it has to stop the spread. It doesn't do that. So by legal and scientific definition, it's not a vaccine. It's a medical treatment. It's a medical
actually
treatment.
does create.
No,
it helps the body create.
No, the
what
makers
it needs
say
to
it
create.
doesn't. The makers
What you
say
think creating the spike protein is doing? That's creating a defense against it. That's
y'all
helping
know,
you build
don't y'all
antibodies.
know, in a few months, the people that's taking this vaccine, a lot of them gonna get sick and die from organ failure, from excess.
What?
But yes, watch. In a few months.
Okay, Ashanti, just hold on real quick. Let us build. Hold on. Let us talk about what the. Let's talk. Let us hold on.
Let me finish telling this brother. Then
okay, yeah, please, because I thought you was done. I thought you was done.
Because y'all always jump in when I say something.
Go ahead, bro. I love it. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, so
you're amazing right now. Go ahead.
So basically, what y'all taking out is not a vaccine by legal definition, nor by the definition of the vaccine, because it doesn't give immunity, nor does it stop the spread. That's one. And then on the mRNA vaccine, your body does what it tries to do naturally through transcription, where the RNA sends the message to the ribosome, it creates the proteins and all of that. Your body does that naturally. So if my body does that naturally, I find out a way to take care of my body where it's functioning. So if some attack me,
okay, you're no longer talking about what vaccines are. So hold on, because hold Ashanti, you're repeating yourself. You said this already. You're not answering the question. So can you please
I talk to the other brother? The other brother is more.
You cannot. No, you cannot.
He understands.
I want Malcolm to explain to the people what the vaccine is.
Me and Malcolm having a good conversation, bro.
We still gonna have a conversation, but what I'm telling you is you never answered Malcolm's question.
Can I ask Malcolm? Malcolm, could I finish?
I have no problem with you finishing. I mean,
okay. So I'm gonna finish up. So basically, in gist, a vaccine. A vaccine just artificially attempts to do what your body does now. So I'm finished because you can't get a word out with him, man. That's my definition of a vaccine.
So
yeah. because you can't explain myself with him because he's gonna hop in. So yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Shit. Shit.
So you said artificially doing what nature is already doing.
What your immune system does naturally.
Naturally. So
Yes.
in this case, COVID-19, which is the disease, caused by the SARS-CoV-2 virus.
So they say.
I'm not even gonna go there. So
Okay.
SARS-CoV-2, nature has pretty much vaccinated how many people now, Shawn? 102, 100 and how many millions now?
No, we're at 112 million.
Nature has vaccinated 112 million people. By your definition of
Oh
nature.
no. Hold on. Let's just stick to the U.S. Let's just stick to the U.S. and do 28 and do what is it? 28 million. Yeah, 28 million people.
So nature has vaccinated 28 people and killed 500,000 plus. Would you agree?
Okay, let me hop in real quick, like y'all do me. Okay. But before this vaccination, what's the survival rate? How many people survive that caught the disease? It's like at 99.8%. So what's the need of a vaccine when 99.8% of the people recovering? Answer that.
So
sound like nature's doing its job to me.
So
first, hold on. First, let us explain what the vaccine is. Because what you're talking about now is you're talking about a recovery rate, but you're looking at it hella wrong, which is fine, because we can clean it up. We can clean that up.
99.8%.
To clean it up.
So millions and millions and millions of people have recovered. 99.8% people. But I need a vaccine full of pause that people are dying from. And having adverse reactions to. Come on, man. Y'all better wake up.
Ashanti, you just discounted the people who have long-term COVID. You didn't even take that into account, and they're part of the recovery. And you didn't even let him tell you what the vaccine is. So please, this brother is administering the vaccine. So let's hear what he has to say on what he's administering to people on a daily basis.
So basically, instead of giving you the entire virus, normally, yes, they would have given you a live or attenuated or weakened version of the virus.
That's an actual vaccine. That's called an actual vaccine.
No. There's new technology, vaccine technology that we're using right now. The mRNA isn't new, but this particular vaccine technology for a viral pandemic. So what they're giving you instead of the entire virus is just
spike proteins,
mRNA, along with sugar, butter droplets or fats, lipids, and salt, along with the mRNA. The mRNA is simply a messenger that normally leaves the nucleus of the cell. Okay, it's normally a message from the DNA that goes to your ribosome and produces proteins. That's it.
Right.
This mRNA, remember now, it's just producing a single protein versus vaccinating you and forcing you to produce 20 or so proteins. With the vaccine, your immune system is going to spend 100% of its of immunity focusing on a single protein, and this single protein is the exact protein that the actual virus uses to attach to your cell. It's genius.
Actually, it's not genius. It's actually putting your body at greater risk by multiplying the proteins.
Can you just hold on a second, Ashanti?
Hey, we good. We know how to go in and out with each other.
Listen, just hold on a second.
Me and him, we good. We know how to go in and out.
Okay, I understand. I understand all that. Cool, but I'm still telling you to hold on a second.
We good. Me and him good. Let him talk.
So by your own definition, through natural immunity, 500,000 are dead in just America. 500,000 plus. Let me not disrespect the other 12 or 20,000. Versus a vaccine that's only asking your body or teaching your body, sort of like a teacher coming in the classroom saying, hey guys, I'm going to teach you how to make this clay mountain. Okay, so it's just teaching your body to make a single protein and respond to that protein in the event you should meet the actual virus.
Okay.
So when your body meets the actual virus, now you have those antibodies that you produced after the vaccine. You know, that fever and that chill, those aches and things that you got. This meant that the vaccine was actually working. And so you produced antibodies as well as a memory or a memorization protocol for the next time you see the spike protein.
Mute your mic, Asante.
Okay? The spike protein is a harmless protein. Foreign, yes, but it's a harmless protein. And your body is producing antibodies and T and B memory cells to this protein. So when you encounter the actual virus, you're already ready for it. It's sort of like somebody breaking in your house for a second time. Now you have an alarm system and a certain type of gun that you were going to use to catch this mother hopper the second time. That's all that is happening. So by your
Right.
well, let me
Go
finish.
ahead.
So by your logic, nature has vaccinated 28 million in America and has already killed 500,000 plus.
Mute your mic.
It's not mentioned disabilities that it has caused. Okay, it's not to mention the COVID lungs, the neurological issues, the clotting issues, the compounding of buying blood thinning medication. However, on the other end, the vaccine, we see none of those numbers. So nature appears to be the one with the deadly vaccine. It's fairly simple.
Bro, can I add?
Hold
Okay.
on, Ashanti, please. No.
Okay,
Hold
hey,
on.
Malcolm,
Bro,
can I
it's
butt in?
7
Malcolm,
of
can
us on a panel. It's six of us on a panel. I'm in here twice. It's 6 of us on a panel. I'm not gonna let you just keep going back and forth. Malcolm made excellent points. This is the reason why I asked him to explain it to you, because he's actually administering the vaccine, and this is proof positive. Vaccines have saved millions of lives. Natural immunity, every how can I say this without trying to be disrespectful? All right. Natural immunity will lead to more deaths. Without a vaccine, we can't achieve herd immunity. The reason we can't achieve herd immunity is because of new variants of this virus that's going around. There's new variants. Now that we have new variants, the cause for transmission increases and people are being reinfected. I don't think that you comprehend what I'm saying. That gets rid of natural immunity immediately. And for one, you don't have a command of what the actual immune system does, because it's you clearly are just misinterpreting how this thing is actually working. Like
It's
real
not
time,
working.
bro. Can you please mute your mic?
Oh man, this is crazy, man.
What I am trying to say, I am trying to be clear that natural immunity is not working. We are having before the vaccine rollout, we had hit almost 5,000 deaths a month. And in January, it was 8,000 deaths. And now we have a vaccine rollout. We are seeing slow. And people are double masking now. So the risk of transmission is less. Social distancing, sanitizing, and all of those things was still in play, but we still had 4,000 plus people dying a day. So we can't sit here and act like this is not happening, even with the precautions that we've been taking against natural. Because we didn't vaccinate millions of people per day, but now we're vaccinating millions of people per day, and the data is showing the reflection of this. And we're still social distancing. We're still wearing masks. We're still seeing infections. People are still being diagnosed with COVID. And we're still seeing people dying even with the vaccine rollout. But the vaccine reduces severe disease and death. That we know. And there's other data that's about to come out that's going to blow your head off. Now, I understand that you think that you can naturally work your way out of a situation. But that is not the case for everybody, because some of us are not in Louisiana in a backwoods somewhere. Some of us are in populations that are pretty dense, and we got to deal with a lot of people because of where we work. So or where we shop. So we're susceptible for transmission to happen when someone coughs in the air. And we just so happen to be in the vicinity of that. Even with taking our own precautions. So to sit here and act like, oh man, natural, we gonna do this naturally. We don't need this. Y'all just got some weak immune systems. Brother, we can eat healthy. We can diet. We can do all the things that we can do. But food cannot prevent a virus from infecting us.
That's
There's no food that exists that that exists today that can cause an immune response to COVID-19. Any of the strands. There's no food that exists. Your food would have to be evolutionary minded, which means whatever food you're eating has to be able to mutate with these different variants. It ain't happening. And the reason that we have so many different variants is because we haven't populated enough of the people to gain control of the actual pandemic due to the vaccine rollout from the previous administration. Because I do recall, Ashanti, you said this wasn't even this wasn't even real. You called it fake. You said all these other things. You was going back and forth on people posting all this stuff. You were saying hydroxychloroquine. Oh, you was going in and out. You was on Wujawa post. Hydroxychloroquine, zinc, vitamin D, vitamin C. All these things you were making a natural argument the whole entire time, and all the scientific studies have came back and refuted you.
Really?
Because they did trials on every last one of the things that you said would work, and none of them did that. And here we are today, and you still like, if it's even a virus, or now your immune system's going to attack itself and kill itself. Like, no, you just got a weak immune system.
Man,
You still doing that.
Y'all gotta really let go of that fake science that y'all into, man. Y'all really believe that
okay.
shit? Y'all really believe
all
that
right,
shit?
so I tell you what you do. I tell you what you do. The only way to refute, refute science, Ashanti, the only way to refute science, Ashanti, is to show and prove. So where's your data?
It's been shown and proved 99.
No. My audience has not seen you show or prove anything.
And half the people, and it's been said.
My audience has not seen you show and prove anything. Now, do you want to deal with your little 98% right now? Because we know you can't deal with everything else. So CDC do you want to deal with the 98?
CDC says 94% of the people
do you want to deal with the data?
Is it not true that China recovered without a vaccine? Is that true or false? China recovered without a vaccine.
Do you know how many vaccines China have now, bro?
No, China was back to normal like months ago. China recovered without a fucking
China
vaccine.
China was not back to normal.
Yes, they did. China had a New Year's party on our New Year's.
No, wasn't nobody in the damn China streets, bro.
Oh, y'all crazy. If your audience members,
it was a ghost town. It was a ghost town.
Who listen to this panel, look up Chinese celebrate American New Year, and you'll see these people at a full-grown party. That was the news at the
mitigation.
Time. It was a top story at the time.
You live in a country that will not shut it down like that.
Sweden developed herd immunity. They never shut down. It's bullshit.
And they lost a lot of lives.
It's bullshit. The fake science y'all into is
I'm gonna
gonna get
ask you
people
one more. No,
killed
no, no, no.
for
I'm gonna
taking
ask
this
you one more
vaccine. This
time.
fake science y'all into,
Last,
man. It's gonna get people fucked up.
Ashanti,
And they
Ashanti,
did shut
Ashanti,
down conventions.
Ashanti. Because I'm not trying to holler, bro. What I'm trying to ask you to do, I
And
need you to
then,
do it, or I need you to throw up the deuces. I need you to do it, or I need you to throw up the deuces.
I can throw up this. Let me
I
ask you
need
this.
you.
Let me. Hey,
I no. I don't want you to ask me anything. I
didn't they
want
just come
you
out with the
to
study that hydroxychloroquine
I
actually worked
want
and they
you
retracted it?
to refute.
Didn't the Lancet
I
and
want
the
you.
New England Journal Institution retract their statements and say they put out false information about hydroxychloroquine? Didn't they do that?
No,
Yeah, yes, they did. Yes, they did.
no.
So now you're not being genuine.
Hydroxychloroquine has not treated COVID-19 patients.
Yes, he did. I got buku
So I'm
doctors.
asking. No, I'm telling you.
Ivermectin works.
Ivermectin
Hydroxychloroquine,
studies.
boisolidine works.
Oh. All right, listen, man. I'm trying to do this without yelling, bro. If you watch any of the shows, we've actually dealt with ivermectin. There's no evidence for that right now. They doing trials, bro. They doing trials on that. There's no data that comes back that's showing that this stuff is working. They're telling people to not take ivermectin unless it's in a controlled trial. They don't have the sufficient data to say that the ivermectin works. We talk about this, bro, with experts. We ain't just sitting here just bumping our gums. We're dealing with experts, people in the field of immunology, virology, and what the hell else am I missing?
Epidemiology.
Epidemiology. We dealing, man, all these ologies. We dealing with it. My point, bro, is I need you to stand up right now and source up and refute the scientific community, not from your couch, not with no trial data. I need a source from you with clinical trial data, double-blind placebo trial data to show and prove what you're saying works right and exact. If you can't do that, bro, the conversation is over.
Doses. Hey, I said that was case closed.
In the what they call the Great Barrington Declaration says all bullshit. Over 50 last time I checked, was over 50,000 scientists, doctors from around the world saying that what's going on is bullshit. Look it up, the Great Barrington Declaration. So all those scientists are wrong, but the ones you listen to is right. Man, y'all better leave that fake science alone. Y'all on the mainstream
I
media.
asked
Dr. Y'all
you
still
to
believe
do
Dr.
one
Fauci, man.
thing. I didn't ask you to talk me to death.
Fuck
I
out of
didn't
here,
ask you to
man.
talk me to death. I asked you to
Man,
refute the
man, y'all gonna
scientific
kill
community
yourself putting that shit
with
in your
science.
fucking
What
RNA vaccine.
data do you? What data? All right, Sute, give him the deuces, bro.
Peace, man.
Thank you. So we've dealt with the clinical trials regarding ivermectin. Ivermectin is still under study. There's no data that says that it is effective in preventing death or severe reaction because it will not stop infection. You will continue to get infected. Ivermectin is something that that they say you can use to treat once you've been infected, to treat your illness, right? Just like hydroxychloroquine, zinc, vitamin C, and vitamin D. They're saying to treat your infection, which means you've gotten sick, you've got the virus already, and now you're trying to prevent severe reaction and disease. That is what they're saying. So zinc didn't work, vitamin D didn't work, vitamin C didn't work, hydroxychloroquine didn't work. It didn't work. All of those studies failed. Natural immunity has failed. It failed once you say you've been reinfected. Once you say you have a case study of people being reinfected with this virus, once that occurs, natural immunity is not successful. Not one time, 2 times, but 3 times infected, we have a problem. ladies and gentlemen, I hated to go back and see with him. I get irate because you deal with this guy, you know what you're getting, and you should never let him on, and it messes up the teaching moment. But for the listening audience, because I just got tired of him antagonizing the Amara Squad group, Facebook group with pseudoscience, that I was like, you know what? Let me let you on and let me see if you're going to use it. Now he took us down a rabbit hole with a bad source, and that was sad that he had to actually do that to us, because any and everything that he said just wasn't lining up. And Darren Taylor, bro, I really hope that you just step back a second and you actually take some time to learn something as well, because you were all over the place. All over the place. Now, I don't want to spend or exert any more time on this. Where he's not, Ashanti's not going to source up. He's going to hit us with conspiracy stuff. And yeah, Zane, he did say I can't talk. My show, I can't talk. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So I think Malcolm showed supreme discipline as always. He's a teacher. He's trying to meet people where they are and try to see what they know. Me, I just ain't got time for him. With somebody else that would work, and I would be all in for Malcolm slow walking them. But you know, I seen Wujawu try to slow walk this dude. You know what I mean? And it was unsuccessful. This dude is steadfast and not learning and not even admitting when he's wrong, and dealing with false information. He provided a source that didn't have a source. A person that's deceased, and then he told us that this lady didn't kill us. This lady didn't die of what the coroner advised us. Now, mind you, she died in December. The article that I read was from February, and it told us her cause of death months later, verifying it. So there was some conspiracy now behind that. And then you heard what he said about the vaccine, how it wasn't whatever. Makes absolutely no freaking sense. So, man, listen, y'all. I appreciate everybody tuning in. You know what I'm saying? We did go up for a ride. This what happened when we let a pseudo on. Darren, I might know you, bro, but what I'm trying to tell you is you have to step back and you actually have to learn. But right now, let me tell y'all what's going on so you can know. Let me try to put it in the chat. Let me get with my brother. All right, so I'm trying to see if Unc is still live, yo. Yeah, still live. All right, so I'm going to put a link in the chat. And if you have Facebook, ladies and gentlemen, click that link right there that you see in the chat. If you have Facebook, go to that link. Unc is on over there, and we're about to handle some business. Let's go see what this brother's.
We don't hear you no more, Shawn. You want me to close it out though?
Yeah, I think he's gone. He left with his phone because I think that was his computer. No, he's still both of them in there.
Yeah, it's his phone.
I'm gonna click the link. Yeah, shut it down. I'm gonna click the link and go over and see what's going on.
Yeah, man. Appreciate y'all for coming through, man. Be on the lookout for the next Science with Shawn. Make sure y'all check out the merch, KofiPasatTV.com. Make sure you subscribe to Kofi Plaside TV. We out, man. Appreciate y'all.
Peace.
Play y'all out.
Log in to KofiPasatTV.com and get Spears of the Mossy Volume 1 by Kofi Paisai Research Team, from Spears the Pen Volume 2 by Kofi Paisai Research Team, Spiritual Combat Volume 3 by Kofi Paisai Research Team, One Night Before Bed by Any Harret Shawn Calfunny, Kalawa's Trip to the Motherland by Kofi Paisai, From Cocaine to Consciousness by Any Harret Shawn Calfunny, As I Learn, We All Learn by Kofi Paisai. Also, if you want fresh merch, go to our online store, Family Connect Apparel, and get all the brands. Also, get our 54 deck of quiz and educational cards available now on KofiPasatTV.com.